They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for heroes, undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Hello, friends. Good evening, social change warriors and justice seekers. Welcome back to Social Change Warriors Presents another episode of Friday Night Lies, where Julie and I, resident Bostonian, she loves to call herself Julie, the craziest person on earth, but we just love to call her Boston Jewel because she is full of knowledge. Oh, there goes my alarm. Sorry about that. And she knows everything there is to know about the cases that are happening in Massachusetts. So we rely on her to keep us up to date, and she brings it on Friday nights, and we love having her. Tonight, we have a special guest. We are welcoming back Ed Byers from Clark County, Indiana. Ed was with us last fall. If you were tuning in in our early months when we first got started last July and August, you will have met Ed Byers. And he is here tonight to recap a little bit about what brought us to meet him in the first place and what he's been up to fighting crime and corruption in Indiana and what's going on today. So I'll be bringing him up to the stage here in just a moment. Just want to let you know tonight we're going to have quite a potpourri of true crime for you tonight. It never ceases to amaze me. Every Friday night when we end our show, Julie and I, we always say, well, maybe this will be a quiet week and next week's show won't go as long. But that never happens. We are celebrating our 1-year anniversary. That'll be coming up next week. So we'll let you all know what night we're going to have one big nice long live stream next week, and we'll let you know. I can tell you it won't be on Thursday because my Badgers kick off the season next Thursday in a night game against a non-conference opponent, and they're going to have an electric LED light show. So from Camp Randall Stadium. So we're either going to go Wednesday or next Friday. We'll always have Friday Night Live. So my guess is our anniversary show will be on Wednesday, but I need to check with Julie. We might do Tuesday, but we'll let you know. So we're going to have an anniversary show, not to celebrate, because what we do here is advocate for victims of homicide and their families. There's no celebrating that. But what we are going to do is honor those victims and their family members, and they're all be invited to join us on the platform next week and say a few words about their loved one, and be covering with you all of the loved ones that have lost their lives that we've been honored enough to stand for and advocate for this last year. And like I said, there's no celebration in that. These people should be here. They were unalived by the hands of someone else. And that is just morally wrong, ethically wrong, legally wrong. So we are victim advocates. And that's what we love to talk about here at Social Change Warriors, is how can you be a victim advocate in your community? How can you fight crime and corruption and stand against crime and corruption in the police and in the government in your community? So we try to bring guests on who can speak to that, guests who have knowledge in that. And then Julie and I give you our opinions on Friday nights about what the other content creators are saying and what the news is saying and what the families are saying. And we talk it out, and we let you in our friend zone have your opinion, and we talk it out with you. And I always show your conversations that take place in the friend zone. We are not monetized. If you're new to us here tonight, welcome. If you're here from Indiana, welcome, or any of the other cases that we'll be going over tonight. So first up will be Ed Byers. And then Julie has some content from some things that have been going on again in Massachusetts. There's always something happening there right now with all of the cases and the lives that have been lost there in the last 4 years. So we'll be bringing up to date on all of our Massachusetts content tonight. And then we're going to take a peek at the Donna Adelson case, which is the tragic loss of life of Dan Markle. And that happened way back in 2014. This is somewhat of a, you could almost say it's epic. I mean, what's gone on, it makes you feel good if you're a family member of an unsolved case, because it shows you that through tenacity and never giving up, crimes can be solved. Cold cases can still be solved and worked by the police, the sheriff's departments, the state police, and somebody can pay for their crime, even if they thought they were going to get away with it. So we'll take a look at that. I've been actually following that case because I lived here in Florida in 2014 on my own for many years. So I've been very interested in it. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then there's a couple updates having to do with Brian Kohlberger and the travesty of the loss of the 4 college students from Idaho. We'll have a little bit on that tonight. And then we'll have a little bit before Ed leaves tonight. We want to ask Ed's opinion on a tragedy that happened to Francis. I believe it's Gigolani. I hope I pronounce it right, but Julie can correct me. So we're going to introduce you to the tragic loss of life of Francis after he was smothered by 7 police officers, no less than 7, believe it or not. That makes 0 sense to most of us, right? So we just feel horrible for him and his family. And JFK has been covering that. If you watch JFK's channel, he's been covering that case very extensively, and the loss of life to Francis. And so we wanted to respect him. And we talked a little bit about it a few weeks ago. We were probably one of the first, other than JFK, to honor this young man. But we'll dive a little deeper into that tonight, because we wanted to get Ed's opinion on that before he leaves us tonight. So I'm going to bring Ed up to the stage and introduce him to you. And I think we've got Julie here with us too. I thought I saw her click in. Let me see. Where are you, Julie? There you are. Get Julie up here. Let's see. Why am I not? There she is. All right. Welcome. Welcome, Ed. Welcome, Julie.
Hey.
Hey, glad to be here.
Good to see you again, Ed. You look great, my friend.
Thank you. Been keeping busy.
I know you are. So we're really honored that you made some time for us tonight, because I know how busy you are right now. So can you give us a little background when we first met? Tell us a little bit about what you were up to, say, 3-4 years ago in Clark County, Indiana.
Well, I was running for county sheriff at the time because of there was some allegations of corruption, And as I started running, I got a lot of inside information from people that were actually working in the sheriff's department and in the courthouse and in county government that kind of solidified that. So I didn't win the election, but I went ahead and wrote a letter to the Indiana State Police and the FBI, told them, I'd ran as a reformer, didn't get elected, but here's some information you want to look at. And I included names, summaries of the information they gave, and phone numbers, contact numbers. Well, of course, the guy that won sheriff was Scotty Maples. He was Jamie Knowles' right-hand man.
Just the dog in
done that. He was Jamie Knowles' right-hand man, and he was, Jamie Knowles, my best friend, and all this, and I'm not going to believe any of these allegations that are said about him. But the state police took it and ran. They had some help with some of the federal agencies, and they wound up charging. They had 54 total so far felony charges. They made 7 felony custody arrests. Out of those, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them have pled to felonies and have done prison time of some sort or another. And 2 of them the other 2 remaining right now are both former police officers, and they're fighting their charges, but I don't see that they going to have much luck with it myself. But it's been unique. Jamie Knoll, he stole between the conservative estimate is $3 million, and that's with the statute of limitations. But under the table estimates, probably closer to 16 million. Needless to say, our county is just about tapped out. They've raised property taxes to try to recoup money. Our property tax went up 51% in 1 year. So it's been a real burden to everybody. He had 3 matches. He had one in Florida, and he had outside Dustin, and then he had 2 here in southern Indiana. He had
ranches, right? Did you say ranches?
Mansions.
Okay, at first I thought you said ranches, which wouldn't surprise me. Ranches, mansions, they're all big. So
they were mansions. He had a pole barn with a luxury apartment in it too, and that pole barn held his classic car collection. He had 133 cars in there, some real nice ones too. Some of the wing Superbirds and stuff, and you're talking $200,000 a car right there alone. But he had a lot. Long story short, all the assets were encumbered by the state attorney general. They're auctioning them off, trying to make restitution to the fire department, the ambulance department, and the people that the county taxpayers that he took the money from. So it's been unique. A lot of people that, as soon as all the charges went down, I started getting my phone ring off the hook from people saying, "Oh, we should have believed you. We should have believed you." But oh well,
Oh well, what can you do? Because you did everything you could do to try to bring out the crime that he was doing. Now, how many years, Ed, would you say this went on that he was embezzling this money? He and his family.
He was sheriff for 8 years. Statute of limitation, I think, was 6. But it's also come forward that he was a sergeant in Indiana State Police before this, and that they're the ones that arrested him. And there's been some allegations that he was also doing some illegal stuff when he was over there too. So it goes back, it sounds like, to when he was in high school.
Oh my gosh. Well, I have an article that I'm going to read little bits and pieces, and then I want you to comment, and then Julie can chime in with questions too, because she's newer to your case than I am. But let me welcome everybody who's live with us tonight. Hi, Paula. Welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you so much for being part of our Friend Zone on Friday Night Lives and for supporting us here at Social Change Warriors. Shauna, welcome back, my dear. Our wonderful New Yorker. We love Shauna and all of the great suggestions, advice, and wonderful feedback that she gives us during the week when Julie and I are figuring out how and what we're going to do and talk about. And then supporting us here in the friend zone. And thank you for wishing us happy anniversary. That'll be next week. Thank you, Shauna. Welcome back, Kathy. Good to see you. Kathy was on vacation last week. We missed you, Kath. Good to have you back from Wisconsin, my dear friend. And thank you for the anniversary. And she says, looking forward to hearing from Ed. Awesome. Yes, we are too. And I have some things to go over with you, Ed, that I'm going to be happy to hear your opinions on regarding Jamie's kind of just complete run of the state of Indiana almost, and definitely the Clark County. Hi, Amanda. Welcome. Great to have you. Hello, MCAT out of Chicago and the Iowa fan. 1 week to college football, MCAT. We're almost there. And great to have all of you back. And Ed Byers, MCAT says, do you have an opinion on the Aaron Spencer case? The attacker was from Indiana. We'll get to that, MCAT. Save that. We're going to go over everything to do with Jamie. And that was something I wanted to ask you, Ed. And Ed and I talked a little bit about that in the DM direct message area. So we'll get to that here in a minute, MCAT. Thank you for bringing that up. So let me pull up an article I have, Ed, that I read back in the day that I want to revisit a little bit with you. So this is from your Indiana Capitol Chronicle. Tell me a little bit about the Capitol Chronicle.
It handles all the political issues in Indianapolis, in the capital city here. It's a pretty well-respected media outlet.
Good.
They're not partisan. They look at everything.
That's what I thought you were going to say, but I wanted to get your opinion. I looked into it and I thought, I think Ed's going to be okay with this. And so the article is titled, Former Indiana Sheriff Jamie Knoll Sentenced to 15 Years in Prison as Part of a Plea Deal. So Knoll is likely to only spend 10 of those years, is what you were telling us when we met with you before. And is that still pretty accurate?
Yeah, 8 to 10, depending upon his behavior there. He's had some issues here lately. One of the people that work in this correctional institution up in Newcastle, Indiana, stated that he had the crap beat out of him up there. He must have smarted off to somebody, or I think he's in segregation with other cops. So,
dear.
Cops. So I don't know exactly what happened to him, but other than the fact that he got the wee beat out of him, apparently.
Oh dear, that's never good. But I'm sure he probably was, maybe you think, got mouthy, or did they ever explain what happened to him?
No, and I really didn't ask. I didn't want to put the guy on the spot.
Right.
He was kind of a mouthy person, you know. He didn't like dissension. He didn't like people questioning him, and you know.
Yeah, well, of course, because he ran the show for all that time, and nobody ever stopped him. And so he's looking at millions in restitution and fines.
Yeah, he not only ran the show in Clark County, he was the Republican county chairman. He was the Republican county chair for the 9th district, our congressional district, which is about another 10 or 11 counties, I think. So he had some pretty widespread power. And every politician that was under him, they had to write a letter to the paper saying why they didn't like Democrats and supporting him. Of course, that all came back to haunt him in the end.
Wow. Well, this is the face of somebody who isn't thrilled about what's about to happen to him, and his power and his money is gone. So this is what that looks like. And his attorney looks like, oh, what did I get myself into here? You can tell he doesn't look thrilled, but that's what he got paid for, was to represent him. So this article goes on to say that he was a longtime Republican operative, and that he will spend approximately a decade in prison after a judge accepted his guilty pleas. And there were dozens of felony charges. And it said the plea deal brings a close to Knoll's portion of the case, dubbed the largest in agency history by state police. I don't remember you telling me that.
Yeah, it's the state police superintendent at the time, Doug Carter. He stated that it was the largest public corruption case in the history of the state of Indiana. So I have no reason to doubt him.
Right. I didn't think you would. So originally they charged him with 31 felonies for misusing money from the fire and EMS departments that he oversaw. Now he pled guilty to 27 of those. So tell us, what dangers did he bring to your county by misusing money from fire and EMS?
Well, the Utica Fire Department, which is the fire department he utilized to launder his money, they lost. He sold their apparatus, almost all their apparatus, and then he wound up keeping the money for himself. The checks were made out to himself and not the fire district. They have since declared.
Ed, help me out here. I'm going to pull a Nancy Grace. How in the hell does he get away with that like that? How could he just have checks written to his own personal account?
His checks and balances and all this were all Republicans that he had either allowed to run or had recruited to run. Everybody that's been arrested in this case is a Republican. I'm not trying to play partisan politics here. I'm just stating the truth. Now my dog.
Sure. Yeah. Well, because if they were all together, backing it up together, I mean, the same could be true coming up here in Massachusetts, where Julie and I have been covering and advocating for justice for John O'Keefe and for the Karen Reed situation. It could be true as well that there could be all kinds of politicians going down for this in Massachusetts, and that could very likely be Democrats. So same with Philadelphia with the Ellen Greenberg case. So it's not about, we're bipartisan. You know that our channel, you're very bipartisan. You never went after this as I'm going to take down the Republicans. You went after this as I'm going to take down the criminals.
Yeah, I'm going to take down the police corruption. That was the whole thing. I don't care if they're libertarian. I don't care if they're Republicans. I don't care if they're Democrats or independents. If they're a crooked public official, they need to be prosecuted, investigated, prosecuted as much as they can. I apologize. My wife's coming home and the dog's here.
Oh, that's okay. Do you have a bird?
I've got 3 parrots behind me.
I thought I heard them. Oh, I love parrots. They're so cool.
A rabbit. We've got 5 cats and we've got 6 indoor dogs. So.
Oh my gosh, you guys have you have the ranch, Ed, not Jamie Knoll. You have.
We've got a farm in Kentucky, and we keep thinking that we got all the animals here, but the farm's in Kentucky, and we live in Indiana. But.
I gotcha. So that's how it all happened. He was able to just write those checks were able to be written to him. He put him in his personal account because the checks and balances were his cronies. He was protected above and below. Yeah.
He did a pretty extensive networking here to get this together, and of course that's been the fire department declared bankruptcy. They've reestablished. They have a new fire board that's not, Jamie Knoll supporters.
Right.
I went down to their reopening of their fire station, and I donated $1,000 of my personal funds, not my campaign funds, but $1,000 of my personal funds to help them out because I feel so bad for them. I mean, they're scrounging.
You let the secret out of the bag, Ed. I was going to save that for a minute, but now we'll just go right into it. So Ed just gave it away, guys. He said, I'm not going to use my campaign funds. So guess what, everybody? Ed's going to run for sheriff. Yay!
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It needs to be continued to clean up. There's the new governor that came in, Governor Braun, did away with the Indiana State Police Public Corruption Unit. And they were starting to investigate a sheriff in Jasper, Indiana, which was Governor Braun's personal friend, childhood friend. So he did away with the unit. So unless the county sheriffs pick it up and do it, the corruption will be unchecked. So that's one of the main things I'm going to do is have a public trust unit, and it's going to look at the rest of this corruption.
That's exactly what has to happen, Julie, right? In Canton, Massachusetts. They tried to bring in, Julie, what did they call it again when they did an audit, right? Is that what they did in Canton? Julie said, yes, they did an audit in Canton. So that is exactly what they did, but it wasn't enough. Like it wasn't broad enough, or it needed more outside look, a bigger outside look. Because if you've got the people that are involved in the corruption auditing the corruption, then what are you going to do about that? That's not going to work
too well,
right? That's not going to work.
I can tell you that in Clark County, that does not work well at all.
Unbelievable.
He also stole about $1 million from the sheriff's department, from the commissary fund, which I had pointed out when I was running. Where was that money going? Because it makes over $1 million a year, and for the 8 years that he was a sheriff, there was no records, no declarations, no anything. Matter of fact, his protege Maples just this year did his first one. So his first 2 years in office, we don't know where that money went. I've got a feeling I know, but
right.
Yeah.
So Ed, when this money was just not going where it was supposed to be going, who was supposed to be keeping track of that? Who was in charge of that component of it? Not Jamie, obviously. Was
In,
there?
in Indiana, the county function is run by what's called the county council. It's not the
Okay.
commissioners, it's the council. It's the financial body for the county. And there were some Democrats on there, but it was mostly Republican. And it was kind of a, almost a rubber stamp type thing. The fire department and the EMS, well, the EMS was a nonprofit, but it had a board of directors, as did the fire department, but they were all his appointees. The fire department, it's my understanding that they didn't even meet for about 3 years. So they weren't taking care of their duties.
So they were going bankrupt and they didn't even meet for 3 years.
They didn't even know they were going bankrupt. They didn't know he was stealing money. That's according to them.
But like to all of us. So in the friend zone, by the way, Sherry D says, "Hey, Ed, thank you for being one of the great ones." Yes. And I'm wearing blue for you tonight, Ed, and for John O'Keefe and for all of the good police officers that still exist in this world, because we know that we're covering a lot of cases lately where there's a lot of corruption going on with police. Deaths are happening of our community members because of police. And it's shocking and it's scary, but we have to always remember there are still good ones out there. There are still good cops on the beat. There are still good cops in the detective bureaus and in the state police departments and in the sheriff's departments and in your communities. They're still there, people. They're still there. They just don't get recognized very often because they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're upholding the law and they're trying to help communities and they're doing community officer work. And nobody pays enough attention to all the good cops like you and John O'Keefe and others. And that's what we want to always remind everyone, that we get so bogged down right now with there is so much apparently it feels like 50-50, doesn't it, Ed? It feels like there's 50% good cops and 50% bad. And in the old days, we used to think that was more like 80-20. What do you think of that?
Well, first off, thank you, and thanks Sherry D both for your compliments. I appreciate it. When all this came out and people were contacting me and saying I was right, I told them, I said, well, thank you very much, but I don't need to be vindicated. I knew it was right, and it's still right. As far as, I think your observation on the cops is correct. I don't think there's all that many bad ones, but they really show out. I mean, in instances like this where the corruption was in the millions of dollars, 3 to 6 to 15 million, and the guy was pretty much a jerk anyway. It really shows out when those people supported him or did his bidding. They sent 2 cops down to my daughter's house, my daughter and my autistic grandson in South Carolina to harass them.
Are you kidding me?
5 states away,
What did they do, Ed? What was their form of harassment?
Well, they were going to ask them questions, but Tommy, my daughter's boyfriend, wouldn't let them in the house. And they weren't very good investigators because they got caught on surveillance cameras. So they were easily identified. That's how we know who they are. One of them's Kenny Eubanks, who's been arrested in this mess with, he was a former sheriff of Scott County, the county adjacent to us. He's been arrested for income tax evasion over this. Jamie Knoll just paid him $250,000 of tax funds from the jail for no work that anybody can see or figure out. And then the other one, he has been fired from the sheriff's department here. He got on the wrong side of some people. He wrecked a bunch of vehicles, I understand. And now he's working as an officer in Corden, Indiana. His name's Donovan Herod. So yeah, he, you get these 1 or 2 that do these just horrible things, and it really taints everybody else. That's one of the reasons that I started this. Is I've spent 31 years keeping my badge clean, and I worked on the border, for Christ's sakes, and I didn't see a whole lot of corruption down there, not as much as up here in Clark County. And I mean, we dealt with millions of dollars of drugs every day, and money and guns, and it was just, Arizona was a wild town back then, the whole border. And it's nothing like here in Clark County. Clark County is just terrible, but there are some good cops out there. And I'll get them coming up to me and saying something and supporting me and stuff. It's hard. It's hard for them because, when they go to a call, especially those poor sheriff's deputies, they go to a call and then they catch flack about Knoll and Maples and stuff. And, they're just trying to do their job. there's been a lot of turnover in that department.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's pretty shocking to hear you say that, Ed, that you worked the border for all those years, and that here in the Midwest, in what's considered, the home of the Indianapolis 500 and high school and college basketball, and we're looking at this much corruption, and we know there's other counties in your state where there's some as well, and other nefarious, scary things going on. But I'm not trying to point the finger at you, Indiana. I know you have good cops. I know you have good people that live in Indiana. This is just an example that I think a lot of times on Friday Night Lives, we're always focusing on Massachusetts lately, and Massachusetts feel like, wait a minute, we're not the only ones, which is scary to say, but you're not. There's a lot going on down here in Florida that I'm not proud of. Living down here, there's things that happen in Wisconsin I'm not proud of, and other states that we have been following cases of the unalived and victims whose families have no justice. And a lot of it is just due to really poor police work, not always corruption, Ed, but just really poor police work. And how is that still happening in 2025 when we have so much training available to these officers when they go through the police academy?
I've read a couple of probable cause statements and reports down here, and I'm just appalled. I mean, it's like, Jesus, dude, don't you have spell check? I mean,
I know.
don't you have a grammar check or something? But and the actual probable cause statements are just like, I saw this and this, and I want a search warrant. I'm like, you want a search warrant for where? Where's your bill of particulars? What's your rest of your probable cause here?
Exactly. Your PC. That's the acronym, guys, for probable cause that police use is PC, and you have to have it. Just like you have to have PC to pull someone over. And we hear about this happening a lot too down here in Florida, where young Black men are getting pulled over at a ridiculous number compared to white men. And someone wrote a really interesting paper on it back in the 90s when I went back to college, called Driving While Black. Mm-hmm. And they're not allowed to pull you over. They have to have PC. There has to be an expired tag. There has to be a broken taillight or something malfunctioning on your car. Or they can't just run your plate for the hell of it. They have to have a reason to run your plate, and they have to specify that in their police report. I pulled over such and such, and these are the following reasons why I pulled over such and such. But that's not happening. People are getting pulled over at alarming rates in our country for doing absolutely nothing. And then what they find after that might be something, but that would be considered fruit of the poison tree, right, Ed, if they pulled you over for not having PC?
Yes, it should be. We're right across the river from Louisville, Kentucky, and I don't need to tell you about how bad that was, where they just went in guns blazing and killed a lady, and then claimed that they saw a dark figure and didn't have any target identification. That's just terrible. That's bad police work. And that they're paying the price for it. I mean, they're being sued, and right now they're appealing their sentences, but 2 of the police officers involved with that have gotten prison sentences. So another one got fired. He's working as a sheriff's deputy in Carroll County, Kentucky. It's just sad. I mean, it's sad. And I grew up in a small rural town in Indiana, and we had an integrated Boy Scout troop, and we ran together and did everything together. Color really didn't matter to us. It wasn't that way 10 miles away from us, but it was up here. And it hurts me to see people of color getting harassed and hurt just because they're people of color. That wounds the soul. It truly does.
It absolutely does. And it's absolutely not acceptable. It should not be happening in 2025. It shouldn't have been happening 20 years ago. It should have never been happening, but we have to live with what our history gave us. But now we have the power to educate our officers and to make sure that they go through training where we are weeding out any type of officers that would be doing any type of arrest or treatment of someone who's Black or brown or not white. We have to keep working on that. And then we have what you're dealing with. This is a white collar crime involving money. Massachusetts, we're dealing with, not just money, we're dealing with potential unalivings of individuals in their communities. For overuse of police force. And we're seeing that in other states as well, which is terrifying. And of course, George Floyd, traumatic, loss of life absolutely should never happened. Whatever he was or wasn't doing that day, allegedly, should have been handled with respect. When you arrest someone, you still respect their rights as a human being. They have the right to be taken to jail, where they have the right to face the judge and do their whole, the plea deal or whatever they're going to do, or to have their pretrial conference and then go to a trial if that's what ends up happening. Nobody deserves to be unalived in the middle of a street. We have a case, Ed, that we've been following, and I just want to get your opinion on it. And Julie, if you want to unmute your mic, and let's ask Ed a few questions about Francis. I want to make sure I pronounce his name right. Julie, can you help me out with that? Oh, she says 1 minute. We're waiting for her to unmute.
There we go. Francis Gigalotti. His nickname is Jigga. He's from Haverhill, Mass. He passed, unfortunately, July 21st, I believe it was. Or was it July? Yeah, July 21st, because he just had his service last week. He was under investigation. It's an awful case. I was watching it again, and we talked about it when this first happened, because the two cases happened back to back. Francis case in Haverhill, and the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, who was a female police officer in North Andover, which is also Essex County. She had postpartum depression. Seems like there might be some issues, but anyways, police officers came to her house to serve her with a restraining order and to, I guess, take away her 4-month-old baby. And what happened was, he said, she said, because they don't wear body cams, they climbed the stairs, and allegedly she pulled out her service weapon to fire at the officer, and the officer put 2 in her chest, and she was still alive, but she is in custody. They decertified her. They put her on leave. They removed her they didn't fire her, but they decertified her. I don't think they can, because she's injured. She's still in the hospital, and she just had a hearing last week for bail conditions, and she's still in the hospital, but she is retained. She's in custody. So when she gets out of the hospital, she will be going to somewhere, which is, in my opinion, ridiculous. But these cases happen around the same time. We mentioned them. We just didn't play the video because it is very graphic. Again, I was just watching this again, and it's very, very, very upsetting to watch. I'm not going to tell you what happened in this case with Francis Gigalotti. I want to get both of your perspectives, because, like Mr. JFK said, no police officers speaking about this. Well, we had one speak about it. Now we're going to have possibly 2 of you guys talk about what you see from police point of view. So
I have a clip of a news clip that I'll play for you all first. And can you guys do the full name again? Oh, I have it. Let me put it up for you guys.
Oh, it's Francis Gigalotti. Yeah, there you
Francis go. Francis Gigalotti.
His nickname's Jigga.
Jigga was his
from
name.
Haverhill, Mass.
Where is he from?
Haverhill. It's Essex County.
Essex County. Okay.
Yeah. The city's called Haverhill.
Okay. Let me share my screen with you guys.
Ed, what were you saying?
What'd you say, Julie?
Ed, what were you saying?
Did I hear you say that they didn't have body cameras?
Nope. In 2025, we have. I'm gonna get upset now. In 2025, we have had a grant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to give local municipalities body cams, and they still use it and go, oh, your tax dollars are going to go to this. And we, like Canton bitched and complained, said, you used your money for the audit. Now we can't have body cams. Bullshit. Excuse my French. Yeah, they don't have body cams in North Andover, apparently.
That's sad.
Yes, yes, and that's right. And I don't think they had them in Haverhill either, which is crap, because it's. Anyways, go ahead. This is the Essex County DA.
Okay. All right. Trigger alert for everybody watching on replay, and for those of you in the chat.
I offer my sincere condolences to the Gigliotti family of Francis Gigliotti. Any loss of life, we know, has profound effects on family, friends, on the community, and we recognize that grief. Members of my staff this past Friday had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Gigliotti's family here at my office. We met with the family, their attorney, and they had the opportunity to view the videos that we will be sharing with you today. I am committed to sharing as much information as possible at the appropriate time. I know that there are many questions out there. I know the media has questions. I know the public has questions. But for today's briefing, we're going to concentrate on the video portion of the investigation. As most of you are now likely aware, on July 11th, 2025, at approximately 6:22 p.m., the Haverhill Police Department received a call for a male party that was behaving erratically in the area of 115 White Street. Responding officers arrived and found 43-year-old Francis Gigliotti behaving in an alarming manner. The officers called for an ambulance to assess his well-being, but he subsequently fled the scene on foot and thereafter tried to enter the establishment, Bradford Seafood, at 124 Winter Street. That establishment was full of patrons and was open for business at the time. Officers attempted to restrain Mr. Gigliotti for the safety of the surrounding patrons and for EMS to come and assess his well-being. Ultimately, Mr. Gigliotti and the officers ended up in a struggle and ended up on the ground outside of Bradford Seafood. During this encounter, Mr. Gigliotti became unresponsive, and first responders immediately began giving life-saving aid. EMS arrived moments later. Mr. Gigliotti was transported to the local hospital where he was pronounced deceased. I can assure you that a complete, impartial, and independent investigation will be done by my office, and that I am committed to transparency and providing the public with as much information as we can at the appropriate time. This includes sharing the video that we will today, showing Mr. Gigliotti prior to his interaction with the police up until the time that he's being restrained. With the help of publicly submitted videos and the usage of Haverhill city cameras, we are able to piece together the movements of Mr. Gigliotti during the early evening hours of July 11th. I want to take a brief moment to thank members of the public who submitted videos. Our office put the call out for anybody that had videos, and the response by the public was outstanding. We very much appreciate the fact that people step forward to share those videos. Having any video in a case like this to an investigation is crucial. For purposes of this briefing, we have compiled a 28-minute video. It's a sequence that begins at 4:26 on July 11th, but please note that each of these sourced videos have been edited for today's purposes for brevity. At some point very soon, we will release all of the video footage that runs approximately 90 minutes, and we're committed to releasing that in its raw, unedited form. I would also ask you to be mindful that when you see the timestamps on the videos, that these videos have come from a variety of sources, and these timestamps are going to vary due to clock precision and desynchronization. Not everything lines up perfectly because of the differences in the videos that came to us. I'll also note that the faces of private citizens and children have been blurred for their protection and their privacy. Additionally, the last portion of this video, which includes Mr. Gigliotti being treated, has been blurred, but we have left the audio portion in place, and you will hear that. Lastly, any video surveillance that we have in our possession will become open to the public. As I mentioned, we will give you a link for that. During the showing of the 28-minute video, I will offer a brief narration only for the purpose of giving you the context of what you're seeing. There'll be no other narrative or conclusions drawn. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to play the audio of the 911 call, and then we'll go into the video itself. And at the end, I will take questions, particularly to the audio and visual portion of the investigation. As I'm sure you can all understand, this is still an active investigation. There are many parts to it. This is simply one part of the investigation.
Velociraptor makes storing and transporting bikes effortless from garage to trailhead, maximizing your riding time. Our smart hitch-mounted racks include a space-saving garage mode for vertical storage. Quick conversion enables convenient roll-in and roll-out bike storage. Versatile, convenient. Velociraptor has you covered.
White street. A guy with white shirt and white hat. He came out of our apartment building, falling on the floor, or maybe was one in the middle of the street all crazy.
A little tough to hear that background stuff. Sorry,
He ran
guys.
down White Street and he took the left when it, you know how White Street, when you go down and take the left one time, he went that way. But I was also at an office to come into my building and check the hallway and see if there's another one. So you live there? No, I live here in 116 White Street. This is what he's about. His name is Francis, by the way. I heard someone say Francis. And white shirt, white hat, long hair. He went down White Street, took the left where the 110 turn. He's somewhere in that area. I don't see him no more. But he came out of 116. He's real messed up. Like running around all crazy, waving his hand around, going to the middle of the street. Okay, it is running towards Winter Street.
Mr. Gigliotti is seen here with a white hat and a white shirt.
A slip and fall is usually an accident, just waiting to happen,
Not letting
caused
me
by a
keep the
negligent
commercial.
property owner
Sorry.
who could have fixed the problem but didn't. You're the one who ends up injured. You're the one who needs help. Call Ruin Zephyr.
There's no sound here, guys.
That's him in the white. All right, so a little background. He's a 43-year-old male. His name is Francis Gigliotti. I don't remember where he was, but I mean, he was, known in the community. He's known to friends, family around. They recognized him. So, I mean, it's not like he was, in Western Mass or somewhere. He was known to this community. Yeah, a lot of these are I mean, they're going to give you a feel. Basically, what the police are saying was, oh, he was on drugs, and that's what happened. The excitement because of the drugs, that's what caused a cardiac episode, and that's what caused it. But we'll see what happens, and you guys can be the judge. Okay. And the original call went out for him being erratic, and so they had concerns to get some mental health evaluation, section them, and you guys can see what happens. I mean, it's very sad and very disturbing. So that's him. Yep.
Up here into the corner.
I mean, you guys are police officers. What are you guys seeing?
What you see now is him meeting somebody in a car. There'll be 3 separate views of this from different angles.
Yeah, they'll show a better video.
So I'm just going to stop it for a second and let Ed give us kind of his overall impression of what are you seeing, Ed? If you were still on duty, what would be your first gut feeling?
The only thing I'm seeing here is that perhaps he's a little intoxicated. If I was on duty and saw him, I might just try to engage him in a conversation to see if he needed any help. He could be diabetic. There's just a whole plethora of issues that he could be. I don't see any major chemical intoxication or anything.
Do you see danger?
No, if anything, just to himself. I mean, he was running between cars, but that's probably why I would try to engage him in a voluntary conversation just to ascertain if he was having a mental crisis issue, or if he was just intoxicated, or if he was just what he was doing.
Okay.
But I don't see any danger to the public here.
Okay.
Can't see what's under his shirt, but
I agree. At this point, I completely agree with Ed. I mean, at this point, let's just say Ed and I were partners and this was our call and we arrived on the scene, the first thing we'd want to do is exactly what Ed said, try to engage him. Hey, buddy. Hey, can we speak to you a minute? What's up? Can we help you? Are you lost? He could be having dementia. He could be having any kind of episode, like Ed said. It could be low blood sugar. It could be diabetic. It could be dementia. It could be anything. Or maybe he did take a drug that he shouldn't have taken and he's having a hallucination of sorts. So first things first, you just want to try to get the guy to come speak to you. Then if he continues to run from you, then you're going to be, like Ed said, not so much concerned for the public because you're not seeing any kind of danger outwardly to the public, but you're concerned about danger to himself at this point. So then you definitely would want a backup, to start heading your way, if not already asked for a backup. If you have a call of someone acting erratically, you probably already have a backup coming for 2 officers. The night I was injured, and I've told Ed this story before, it was somewhat of a similar call, but the call was indoors and it was the person acting erratically and intoxicated. And it was me, my backup, and then immediately they sent more backup coming. So we went in alone, the 2 of us, to confront this person, find out what their situation was, what their issue was, but our backup was on the way. And I would guess in this situation that's what it would be, a 2-officer call with backup on the way. Now, some cities ride 2 officers in a car. A lot don't. A lot just ride 1 officer in a car. So you're always going to want another officer, a backup on a call like this, and then you may have more coming. But your first job is just to get the gentleman to speak to you, figure out what's wrong with him the best you can. And then from there, Ed, just determine if you would need to do what we call an emergency detention in Wisconsin. You call it down here in Florida, they call it the Baker Act. What would you have used on that in that particular case, Ed?
I don't even know if I would have used that authority. I would have, of course, my first concern with him would be to make sure that he's safe as well as everybody else.
Right.
And then just start talking to him. And if I determined that he was having a medical crisis or something wasn't exactly correct, I believe my first call would be out for an ambulance.
Yes, I agree with you.
We're going to try to get him some help.
Yep.
Right. And then he goes to the ER, and then a doctor then so in Wisconsin, when you take someone to the ER that you believe needs an emergency detention possibly, then you need the doctor to agree with you on that. So you need to take them to the hospital to get a doctor to agree with you on that before they can be detained for 72 hours. Most states, it's a 72-hour that they're going to detain you for an emergency evaluation of the status of your mental health. And so in order to take someone's rights away like that, you have to have probable cause for that. And then the ER doctor or a psychiatric doctor will come down to the ER and they'll evaluate and determine if this person needs that type of a hold. And it's very similar in all states.
Yeah. I agree. Like I said, I haven't seen anything that makes me feel like he's having mental issues. Maybe too much wine. Maybe, he took somebody's prescription medicine.
I saw a lot of issues with mental health, Ed. So in my opinion, he is having some type of a health issue or mental issue, because typically when you're intoxicated, especially in the environment that I worked in the city and with the University of Wisconsin, typically it's more belligerent behavior or goofy, silly behavior, or literally passing out and not being able to walk. I mean, his emotions are very erratic to me and very almost bizarre like, which for me, in my opinion, I dealt with quite a bit of mental health cases. I would have gone there first. I would have thought this is some type of a schizophrenia issue. Maybe he's seeing things, maybe he's hearing things. That would have been my first thought over intoxication, but that's just based on my experience of what I've seen and dealt with.
Sure, that's a low threshold, but okay.
I understand that. But I would have to talk to him first to figure out that. Usually, you can pick up a lot by the ability to communicate or non-communicate, and plus their actions or nonverbal cues as they're talking to you. That can indicate a lot to someone, a lot to me anyway, as far as mental illness or intoxication.
I agree completely. And I think what all three of us are stating here and agreeing on is that it's an initial conference with the person. You don't just go in all crazy and jump on a person and try to hold them down until you have figured out what is actually wrong with this person. So you have to do an evaluation literally on the fly, on the street. That's what cops are trained to do. They're trained to evaluate people and figure out what is going on with them, what is wrong with them. And that's what needed to happen here. So great. Thank you so much, Ed and Julie. All right. So again, trigger warning for those of you on the replay and in our friend zone tonight. And I'll catch up with all of you in the friend zone. I'll address your questions to Ed and any questions or observations you have on this as soon as we're done watching. So thanks, guys, for being patient.
I see the card right.
There are better views of this.
Injured in an accident?
And it's not letting me skip the commercials tonight for some reason.
Are you tired of these gimmicky attorney ads?
We're forced to
Well,
watch
that's just
them.
not who
It's
we
part
are.
of this
At Bogan
whole-
Munns & Munns, we're serious about our clients' needs and focus on getting results for you. If you've been injured in an accident, give us a call.
This is a different view of that same shot.
Yeah. It's just, to me, he just seems lost, like, or afraid. Here he almost looks like he's afraid of something or afraid of someone. That kind of leads me to believe maybe he is seeing or hearing something.
So this car pulls up, he goes over to the back window, then goes to the back tailgate, checks something, and then runs away. So and you'll see a better view of this one.
Yeah. That part right there really would lead me to, if I was privy to seeing that, but the police weren't privy to seeing that at the time it was happening.
No, and nobody has called as of thus point.
Does he have a criminal history at all?
I don't know.
He is known to the police. Now, whether or not I don't remember if he's had priors or had prior run-ins. I'm not sure, but he's known to the community. So they know who he is. It's not like he's some schmo like, oh, look at this random, yo-yo running in and out of traffic. Like, they knew who he was.
And there'll be one more view of that.
I mean, he must have known that car because, I mean, they stopped. There should be a better view.
Not necessarily, though. If he was having some type of a moment where he was seeing things or having paranoid issues.
The car stops, he opens the tailgate, and then the car takes off. You think cars would just stop and open and unlock their doors?
No, I don't know, Julie. I'm just offering out theories that it's possible if their doors weren't locked. Not everybody drives around with their car locked, and especially in a small town. If he was having any kind of paranoia, and this is just me giving my opinion.
See, look.
So that he might have tried to, unless it was someone that knew him and they were going to try to get him to come in the car. That's possible that this was someone that knew him?
Yeah, I think it's someone that's known. JFK and James went over. I think this is someone that's known. I don't remember who it is, but they look. He looks. There's nothing there. Shuts it and takes off.
Yeah, right. He's looking for something. Now that's a much better view. He's actually looking for something. So
See?
maybe that is someone that knows him.
Yeah.
But now the running that he's doing is very like he's in fear.
Yeah.
Like
A slip and fall is
like-
usually an accident
here's
just
his-
waiting to happen,
again.
caused by a negligent property owner who could have fixed the problem but didn't. You're the one who ends up injured. You're the one who needs help. Call Ruin Zephyr.
Yeah, that last kind of sporadic running to me really looks like he's in fear, like desperately worried about something, concerned about something.
This is the same from a different view.
Yeah, it's very odd. So yeah, it's almost like somebody, like maybe he called someone to come see that's very odd what he was doing right there too. He picked something up and looked under it, and that was it. So that was strange.
And then
Very,
takes off.
and
Yep.
then he just bursts off, and he's, like I said, running erratically as if someone's chasing him or he's afraid of someone.
So he's been doing this approximately like 15 minutes.
Right, right.
Oh, July 11th. I'm sorry. I thought it was the 21st.
Okay.
Some of the video will have audio portions depending on the source.
Yeah, I just feel like he's hearing things, like someone's telling him something, That's the kind of behavior that he's displaying, is that somebody's telling him something. He's hearing things.
He seems to get more erratic as it goes.
Yes.
Yeah. It's escalating.
Okay. So this is the this is a liquor store. Or is this the fish place?
I can't. I wouldn't be able to tell.
Oh,
from
I'm sorry. This is the convenience store. These, I believe, these are the people that called. That said,
Okay.
"Hey, what's going on?"
Okay. So whatever he did in there, he didn't buy anything, apparently.
Yeah, and it looks like he saw the people out front and kind of hesitant.
Well,
That's
this
not
is-
him.
Right, but
He
it
is
almost
to the left. Yeah, there he is.
it looks like that person's speaking to him though. Like talking. They're talking. Yep. They're hugging now. Yep. So they know each other. They did a little embrace,
Yep. And here come.
and
Oh,
now
that's-
he's
sorry.
he's trying to hang on to him. He doesn't want to let him go. I think he knows something's wrong.
All right, so that's the moped guy. Now there's been some. They've been trying to figure out what's going on with the moped guy. Now JFK and James and Kevin Cav have their theories that it was the moped guy who
Hi, I'm
did
Eileen Gu.
something or had more involvement in this. But
This summer, I proudly joined Team TCL
I'm not
as
too sure
global
about
brand
that.
ambassador. Together with worldwide Olympic partner
It's tough to
TCL,
tell.
we're on a mission to
Definitely
change
the
the
other
world through
gentleman
passion and
knew
courage.
him and was
My
trying
passion
to
for
kind of
progress
hold on
pushes
to
me
him,
to try
didn't
new
want him
trips.
to run
And
off.
that same fearless attitude drives TCL's relentless innovation. Witness each moment of aspiration and triumph at the Olympic Winter Games Milano Cortina 2026 with TCL. TCL, inspire greatness.
Yeah, the one gentleman there with who has the hoodie on, he was definitely tried to hold on to him. He didn't want to let him just run away. That was obvious. Now he's over here. Now he's trying to approach this car. No, maybe not. I thought he was going to approach that car.
so now it looks like a bunch of people showed up
Right.
trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Randomly. Yeah, there's two cars there, plus that's the front of the convenience store, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so that could just be random.
Well, it looks like they're looking at. See, the guy just got out of the white car. He was kind of looking.
We'll see where he goes.
And see, the moped guy still looking at him too.
Yeah, now he's running way down the street there.
Yeah.
He's way down.
It gets worse, and then it gets worse, and then it gets horrendous. So,
Oh, terrible. So yeah, he's just been wandering around just very erratically now for probably close to 20 minutes would be my guess. Now he's in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely a danger to himself at this point now, and others, potentially. Because if he causes a car accident with his erratic behavior, it causes someone else to get hit. So that was, yeah. Now he's out walking again in the traffic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Viewer discretion.
Okay. Yep. Trigger alert for the replay.
Because now it starts to get ratcheted up.
Now it's almost as if he's trying to get hit by a car. He just keeps running in the street. Yeah, he's having a real problem right now. To me, this is no longer behavior that would indicate any type of alcohol. This could be drug-related behavior, or like I was saying earlier, some type of a mental health collapse. Boy, those cars are going fast on that one street. Yeah, nice. Back up the road again. So I would assume at this point, other people might be calling 911 and saying, hey, we've got a
If
guy
you are in need of a
running
kidney
around the
transplant,
road.
you should know about the
Car.
National Kidney Registry.
Hi, Kaz.
The
Welcome.
NKR is your best option for a faster transplant, a longer lasting transplant,
Sorry
and
for
a
the
better
commercials,
matched
guys.
kidney. Through
We have
participating
from the,
transplant centers across the United States, the
police
National
doesn't
Kidney
have
Registry
any
maximizes your chances for a
problem.
successful transplant. Patients who register with or transfer to an NKR member center have shorter wait times, with 70% of patients
Oh,
transplanted
that one's
within
going
90.
skip it. There we go. There's a lot of cars coming now. That's really concerning. Yeah, a lot more cars now. Okay, now there's the police. So this will be the trigger alert now where things will get crazy, according to Julie. I have not seen this yet. This is my first time watching it.
See the moped guy still hanging around.
I see that. Yeah. Maybe he knows him.
Again, he's known.
Right. So that would be my inclination that the moped guy recognized him and knows him and knows that something's wrong. So now there's just one officer basically doing what Ed and I said 5 minutes ago. He's talking to him, trying to assess what he's got, what the situation is. Kind of surprised there's not a second one there already with that kind of call, but he seems to be cooperating right now, right? Well, no, he's walking away. So I think the officer's trying to chat with them.
Yeah, they'll show this from a different angle where he's saying no.
Right. He's trying to figure out what's wrong with them, doing the best he can to stop him from leaving. There's not a whole lot more he could be doing right now because he's trying to keep him from getting hit by a car. So he's obviously trying to talk to him. In this situation, Ed, did they call it verbal judo when you went through your training?
Yeah, I knew the guy that actually made verbal judo. He taught me verbal judo. We were both judoka. Yeah, nice guy. He's long since passed. He was a
we had all the videos. Right, we had all the videos of him when I went through the police academy. The man, what was his name, Ed?
Trying to think of his name. He was a portly white guy. He was a volunteer police officer in Kansas, and he did it just for because he liked behavior of people. Right. And he wound up emulating the older cops and figuring out how they handled things verbally, and he made verbal judo out of it. I think he was a speech professor.
Yes, he was. It was called
Behold,
the Art of
Cecilia,
Persuasion.
Disco's new AI assistant. Hear it hum this weekend.
It was called the Art of Persuasion. That was what it was called. And then they used it in the police academies after he brought it out. And there's a lot of statistics and a lot of research on how helpful it is and how it helps police do their jobs.
It's very helpful, particularly in this instance. I think it would have been. I know that they're trying to keep him from running out in front of traffic because he seems to have gone to a busier part of town. But you don't know that by surrounding him or having multiple police officers there, if it's going to trigger him to do something.
Yep.
Right. Now, this is where I've been preaching this for a long time, and some departments have gone to this where they are hiring social workers that they can call to come out for this exact thing, who are extra trained in dealing with people that are having mental health crisis. And I'm all for it. I mean, it can be obviously very dangerous, but if that, see, now there he goes. So now they had him, they were conversing with him. He seemed calm. Now he's running. So now you got somebody running from the police. They don't know why he would, at this point, why are you running from the police? Because they were obviously trying to help him.
Well, but you see two police cruisers show up. Like, you didn't see the other one, it was off screen. But you see two police cruisers show up and they're saying, "Oh no, we want to save you. We want to help you. Want to help you." I don't know, but yeah, in Massachusetts we have that.
I'm always going to give the police the benefit of the doubt here, because right now you've got a man who is very erratic. He's having a major meltdown of epic proportions. He's running all around. He could get himself hit. He could cause an accident where other people could die. So they have to get him under control. I'm a little surprised that when those two officers, though, when they had him there, that they didn't just restrain him and just get him in cuffs to protect him, to save him. And then it's over. And then they can take him to the hospital and get him evaluated. I'm a little surprised at how long it took them to just say, "Hey, let me get this guy. He's got something wrong with him. We need to cuff him." Right, Ed?
Yeah. At this point, even though, we're not talking to him, I agree with you. I think he's got some sort of mental crisis going on. And there are agencies now that have crisis response teams.
Yes,
right.
We have them here. We have them up in here in Massachusetts.
Yeah, they may not even be cops. They may just be mental health professionals.
Injured in an accident?
We have both. We have cops that do it, and we have mental health. Yep.
Are you tired of these gimmicky attorney ads?
Okay, they're letting me skip them now, thankfully.
All right, so again, viewer discretion.
So now we've got, now he's trying to leave again.
Yeah,
so now we have three. There's three. So this is the point for me where they've got 3 against 1. Get him in handcuffs and take him to your squad car so you can get him to the hospital. The ambulance should be already called, like you were saying earlier, Ed. Let's call an ambulance. Now they've got 3 against 1. There should be odds there to just get him in cuffs so you can just stand him up so he doesn't have any issues of getting hurt or injured. I'm really dismayed right now with 3 officers why they were not able to cuff him at this point and get him stood up so that he's not in any danger of being injured.
Well, he's on the ground now.
Right. So they've got 3 on 1. He's on the ground. What is going on down there that they can't get him in handcuffs so that they can get him rolled over and stood up where he's safe and there's no danger of him, being injured?
So you guys would put cuffs on him standing up. How would you do that? Would you just take one arm and just slap the cuffs on?
The majority of the time, Julie, suspects are cuffed standing up. It's more rare than people realize that people fight with you. Most people adhere to what you're saying. When you say, "Hey, I need you to put your hands up, you're under arrest, put your hands behind your back," you direct them to put their hands behind their back, and then you walk up and you put the cuffs on them. Most people cooperate with police, believe it or not. So these situations are more rare where somebody fights with the police, and then you have to cuff them when they're on the ground while they're fighting with you. And it's not easy to do, right, Ed?
No, it's not. And I'm a 8th degree black belt in jiu-jitsu and a 5th degree black belt or 4th degree black belt in judo. And ground fighting is very familiar to me. The way that I would cuff people on a ground fight was I would immobilize them with a joint lock and then gain pain compliance. And then we very slowly go into the cuffing process.
Can you tell our audience what's a joint lock, Ed?
A joint lock is where you take a wrist, an elbow, or a shoulder. Usually those you don't, or even a finger, you don't really fool with the knee or ankles too much because there's no pain receptors in it. And they break real easy. You use either something on the arms and you gain pain compliance. Their eyebrows will arch up. They'll make an audible exhalation of air or a
Right.
sound. And then you explain to them, settle down. I'm going to put you in cuffs for our protection. And you very slowly cuff them up.
All right. So I'm sorry. So right here, he's trying to get into the place. There's 3 of them. So you would grab one arm and you would try to, like you said, well, not arm bar him, but you would try to comply. And then you would try to restrain him right there and put him in cuffs, right?
Yeah, he had that. The way his arm is positioned there,
right there.
If that police officer was familiar with soft techniques or hard techniques, he could pretty much get him into a couple of different arm locks and joints. They could use a baton as a pressure point manipulator too.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, Kaz, it looks like there's 6 there now.
Yeah.
I believe the final total was 7, they said, but
yeah, there were 7. Some came later, but we're going to see it from a lot of angles. So again, viewer discretion. It's not pleasant at all. This is horrible. This is disgraceful.
Yeah, and Shauna says, wow, this has George Floyd flavor. I don't like it. Yeah, a little bit. Like, why don't 6 cops have him in cuffs? I don't understand this whatsoever. And standing him up and getting him to the squad car. That's the next move, is once he's in cuffs, then you stand him up and you march him to the squad car. And even if he continues to fight, you've got 3 people, three cops who should be able to march into the squad car with 3 cops.
I don't know why it wasn't taken care of with 3. Like you guys just both said it. Like you have 3. Okay. Is this the bad one? Yeah, this is the bad one. Okay. Is that as loud as it goes?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got it up as high as it goes.
I can't. If you want, I have it on another one where we can see these 2. It might be a little louder.
All right.
Let me. Yeah. Hang on. Shit, wrong one. Just so we can hear. Just so you can hear what. I mean, it's awful.
Yeah. Let me.
It's disgraceful.
Okay. You have the link for me for better sound?
All right, let me know when that's up.
Are you putting it, where are you putting it? Private chat?
Oh, I have it on the screen share.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Let me take this one down. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, this is tough to watch, guys, and it's tough. And I did the job, and Ed did the job years
bad.
longer.
This is bad.
Than I did. Yeah, Ed, how do you feel about this?
I have a lot of questions. Number one, why don't they have body cameras? Yep. Number 2, why aren't we hearing what dispatch are telling the cops that are responding? Are they saying it's a guy with mental illness? Are they saying he's got a gun? I mean, what are they telling the cops that are responding there?
They said he was acting erratically, possibly intoxicated, possibly mental. That's
90% of police calls, really, is that same thing.
Absolutely. Yep.
I've got the autopsy blood results. We haven't heard anything about those yet.
So they are they are using the excuse that if I don't remember if I don't think talk screen came up, but they're saying that he potentially had drugs in his system, therefore the adrenaline from seeing the police got his heart going, and that caused a cardiac episode.
They're using the excited delirium.
Yes.
And that's been disproven. And also the American Association of Psychiatrists and Psychologists, they've said that's kind of a trash diagnosis. So I got to know what their local SOP is too. I mean, what are they teaching these cops to do in instances like this? I recognize that they're trying to keep him out of traffic and trying to keep him from going into this building with all these people, but a little bit better subject control techniques, I think would work. I haven't seen taser come out. I haven't seen pepper spray come out. Yep. No non-lethal or less than lethal force options that I've seen.
Right. And we talked about this before many times, the force continuum. Every police officer is trained on the force continuum that you have to literally go up. You can't just go from nothing to your gun unless the person has a gun and they're pointing it at someone or you. You have to go up your force continuum, and you're trained to do that. And there's reasons for that, right, Ed?
Yeah, and you can always go up one level higher than what they are. If he pulls a club, you can taser him.
Right.
Um,
Right.
my dissertation was on police mental illness and police lethal force encounters. My response was that they should get a correctional grade fogger in each of the cars, and it shoots out pepper spray over 25 feet. They could have pepper sprayed this guy from 25 feet and just
Oh,
you
yeah, like
stopped
bear
all the
spray.
traffic
Yep.
and waited for him to curl up in a fetal position and then cuffed him.
And then he's alive. He may
Yeah.
have burning eyes, but he's alive, right, Ed? And nobody else is getting hurt or in the situation.
And the department's probably not going to get sued. I mean, at least it was something. There
Right.
but again, what's the local SOPs? If they don't have that or they don't think about that, then if the cop's doing what he or she was trained to do, then that comes back on the agency. That's vicarious liability.
Yeah,
So they're,
definitely.
yes, yeah. So
And
they're trained to
SOPs,
not
just so you
do
guys
this.
know, SOP is standard operating procedure. Just so you guys know the jargon, police jargon. Most people know that who follow cases and true crime. But sorry, Shauna, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, they're trained not to do this. They're supposed to get them away from the public, get them into safety, get them
Right.
to not hurt themselves, and then restrain them. I don't know why they didn't grab, like what Kat said, like grab him, call one of your other officers, have him pull alongside and throw him in the back of the squad car and let him, spaz out there or do whatever, but at least you could talk to him.
He should have been restrained way before it got
Yeah.
to that point. Way before. They had to have already known what they were dealing with. And he should have, because you can always unarrest someone. You can always undetain
Exactly.
someone, right? But you can't, fix it once it goes to this level. Ed, don't you think that's accurate, that you can always unarrest, always undetain?
Sure. I mean, the lawyers that teach you your law classes tell you no, but everybody does it. I mean, it's a common practice in the street. My question is, and because of my martial arts background, I taught defensive tactics for the National Park Service, the U.S. Customs Service, and the Air Marshals. And I've always just been amazed at the lack of training that cops get in their basic academies. They just don't get it. They don't get any type of control techniques taught. They may cuff real well on a willing person. But boy,
Right.
you get an unwilling person, then it's a whole different ballgame.
Exactly. It's one thing when they cooperate, most arrests are that way, but when they don't cooperate, it's a different level of training that's necessary. And you're so right about that, Ed. Yeah, the night I got injured, I don't speak to it too often, but this kind of triggers me a little bit because the person we were attempting to arrest, once we ascertained that he needed to be arrested because he wasn't giving us his last name, so we couldn't run his background check. We didn't know if we were dealing with a career criminal or just a one-time, an employee who got drunk and decided to come into the library, and he was looking up pornography on a library and a campus library and bothering women and bothering the librarian. And so we knew we were going to have to arrest him for disorderly conduct at the very least at that point, but he wouldn't tell us his last name. So he had many options. And we, telling you, Ed, we used verbal judo. We took turns talking to him because it was became very obvious that he hated women. So he was very aggressive towards me and swearing at me and telling me that he was going to find me later and unalive me and unalive my family. And he became very verbally aggressive, but he wasn't acting out physically, just verbally. So then my partner took over the verbal judo because he wasn't really listening to us. So then we had to make the decision between the two of us with hand signals that there was no more verbal judo, that this guy was not going to comply. He was not going to be able, we weren't going to be able to arrest him easily. So we had to do the cue to, we're going to take him physically by the arm, each of us, and stand him up and tell him he's under arrest, which is what we did. And that's when he started to resist. And then we had an all-out fight with him. And he was extra over the top. So I think his tax came back that there were drugs and alcohol on board. So he was extra over the top. And it took us a minute. Then our backup arrived, but we ended up taking him to the ground and getting cuffs on him, the two of us, and the backup was just there waiting to come in if they needed to. but there were 4 officers behind us, and none of them piled on top of him or, assisted us, because they just stood there and they watched us handcuff him, and they watched us get control of him and stand him up and march him out to the car. And he fought all the way to the car. So then the 3rd officer came in and assisted us. That's why I said 3. I don't see why, because I participated in the arrest of a very unruly person, and it finally took 3 of us to get him up and walking and into the car. Once he was in my squad car, he attempted to kick out my back window. So we actually had to shackle his legs because he was trying to kick out the back window of the squad car. So he fought, and then he fought at the hospital. He tried to fight with the doctors and the nurses. So we all had to stay at the hospital. So I've witnessed this from beginning to end, and seeing this go down like this really, really disturbs me. I just don't have any understanding why he wasn't taken into protective custody way before this could have happened. It really hurts me to see it. It's alarming.
I agree. These mental health response teams are worth their weight in gold if you use them correctly. One of the things I want to do is there's a very high paying position job at the Clark County Jail called the matron, and it's the wife of the sheriff. Current sheriff has it. I think it's about $85,000 a year. I would like to take that position and hire a psychologist to help not only with retention, with hiring, with screening, and also with patients that come into the jail. Because in Indiana, there is really no mental health community help anymore. I mean, it's a jail. I mean, that's where the mental health people are taken now. They're very ill-equipped to handle that. Just terribly.
Yeah, it's not how it's supposed to be. I mean, people having a mental health crisis aren't supposed to be taken to jail. There, like you said, there's just no conditions there that help them get through what they're going through. And we just talked about this 2 weeks ago. There was a young woman in Marion County, just to my west. She was having a mental health crisis. She had a history of mental health, and they allegedly she tried to shoplift something. It was a $13 item that she tried to shoplift. They arrested her and they didn't let her go home. They kept her in jail. And then she had another mental health crisis and she attacked one of the guards. So now she's facing a felony, and now she's definitely not going anywhere. And this young woman with mental health issues who needed psychiatry and counseling ended up dying in the jail. And they wrote it off as that she was having epilepsy problems and that she wasn't getting the proper treatment. That's what her family said, but there's more to it. And I've been just starting to look into that case down here in Marion County because it's just so egregious. I mean, that should have never happened. They damn well knew that she had some type of psychiatric issues. So to then charge her with a felony when she shouldn't have been in jail that long in the first place for a $13 shoplifting charge makes no sense. I often, I make the analogy when I'm talking to other cops, like if you had a arrestee and they suffered a cardiac arrest, would you take them to the jail or would you take them to the ER?
Very good point.
Say the ER. The mental health issues are no different. It's still a health issue and it needs to be treated, particularly before they take them into such a draconian thing as a jail.
Right. Because it's such a big deal because they're not in control of their actions. And you don't know if they're seeing things, hearing things in fear for their life. They're having an anxiety attack, which causes heart attack type symptoms. And anxiety attacks can cause people to do very illogical activities and behave very illogically. How is it that in 2025, Julie and Ed and Friend Zone tonight, that we don't have a system to protect people who are having mental illness breakdowns?
It's sad. It all goes down to money. It's money. We had a state.
We don't prioritize it.
Yeah, we had a state hospital here in the next county upriver from us, Jefferson County. It was called Madison. They closed it down in the 80s. And that's where people, when I was a kid growing up, where they were having problems, they would go up there and self-admit for a week, 2, and then they'd come home. They don't have that luxury anymore, especially out in these rural areas. I mean, where are they going to go talk to a cornfield? They're not going to get much help.
And the waiting list for mental health help right now, even if you're someone who feels I'm depressed, I'm having anxiety attacks, I need help, it can be up to 6 months to even get in to see a psychologist. And then to try to get in to see any therapy, it can be up to 4 to 6 months just for a social worker. I mean, it's terrible. It's an epidemic right now of epic proportions, people suffering from mental health and having these type of breakdowns and then ending up in jail. It's just not the place for them. Julie, I'm going to bring this back up to the stage and
Yes, ma'am. Is that mine?
yeah, are you able to click that little thing in the corner like I do and make it bigger?
Yep, I got it.
Perfect.
Are we good? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Again. All right. We're gonna see 2 videos, but again, viewer discretion. This is the hardest one. I'm gonna mute part of it because there's this private information, but this is the toughest one. So, I mean,
right.
you're gonna see a lot here. So just and also Haverhill. I just looked it up. The I don't know if it's a town of Haverhill, city of Haverhill. It's right on the cusp. There's 68,000 people, which is what 2.5 times that of Canton. So, I mean, this is a decent sized city, but. I mean, it's no Boston or Lane or Quincy or something like that. But anyways, viewer discretion. If you're, yeah. So this is the outside. This is passerby. He's in the white. The police are in mostly, I guess, what, blues, blacks, and I think there are 2 in plain clothes.
Okay.
All right, can everybody hear that? I want to pause it real quick. This guy in the red, he believe he was arrested for not exactly sure what, interfering with police. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but he tried to come through, and we're also going to see his because he took video. But
Did you hear what?
Be easy with that boy.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, he's saying be easy with that boy. He's got issues. Be easy with that boy. And a cop responds and says, "I know. We'll see it next, but that's what's happening now."
Where's the ambulance? Why is it taking so long for fire rescue to get there?
Okay, so these 2, I'm sorry, right here, that says EMS. So they have gloves on. They walked over. I don't know why they're still pardon. I don't know why they're so dogpiling on him, but
right. Why aren't they trying to stand him up? Like I said, they should have been already trying to stand him up at this point minutes ago.
Yep.
He should absolutely already be cuffed by now. And now
the person in the background from the camera said, "Oh, he's dead."
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell were they doing? Are they waiting for him to snuff out his last breath? Like they're all like standing on him for what? For what reason?
He's been non-communicative and non-responsive for at least a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've been watching
Maybe
this for 2 minutes, so.
Yeah, 2 minutes, close to 2 minutes, Ed. But they, even prior to that, they should have already had him cuffed. There's no excuse for properly trained police officers, like Ed was explaining, who are trained in defense and arrest tactics, to have already had him on the ground. He was on the ground. They should have already had him cuffed. They could have had one officer holding his shoulders, two other officers getting his hands behind his back to cuff him, or if they would have had to have cuffed him in front, so be it. But they should have already been able to have him cuffed and get him standing up, and then surrounded him standing up where he's not in a threat to having this happen, because you are trained in this, that you have to be very careful when you do take someone to the ground, that you don't smother them, that you don't cause asphyxiation. That's what we were talking about with the Jason Veach case, where he was tackled by innocent bar patrons who thought they were helping prevent a bar fight, but they piled on him, 4 of them, and then he had a heart attack, but it was caused by asphyxiation. The exact same thing. This exact same thing happened to Jason Veach, the man that we've been advocating for from Volusia County, where they're using Florida stand your ground law as the reason why nobody's gone to jail over his death. So it's the same thing. You can't pile on someone. If you think about it, I mean, just think about when you were a kid and you would play rough, maybe with your brothers or your sisters, or maybe in gym or something, and you were doing, wrestling around, or boys more than girls, but where there were probably times where you felt like you couldn't breathe and you're like, I can't breathe, get off of me, right? I mean, it doesn't take much to cause someone to not be able to breathe.
The officers that were in the upper part of the torso of the subject, they should have been monitoring both his respirations and his level of consciousness, and they should have said, "Hey, he's altered level of consciousness. He's not breathing. Roll him over. We need to start CPR." I didn't see any of that there.
No.
Well, all right. Your discretion.
Oh, hang on, Julie. I got to put it back up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Back up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, here we go. That's him in the white. That's his fiance.
In the jeans? Oh, this is his fiance in the black?
Mm-hmm.
He just died, bro. I think he's in cardiac arrest. Yeah. I think you have that injection. I think they'll do that right away. I want to swing that way. Come on, back up.
So I'm guessing they're doing CPR on him right now, because I heard her say, "Is he breathing? Don't stop." So they must be doing CPR.
Gotta mute that for a second.
Yeah, they definitely had a lot of witnesses to them continuing to kneel on him when they should have already had him cuffed and standing up. So that's going to be a real problem for these officers.
Again, the guy in the red was tough, was arrested. And I think it's because of the stuff he's saying.
Probably, yep.
My nigga, what happened?
Oh, it's crazy, bro.
What happened? Cops jumped on him?
He was fighting them, bro.
He's fighting somebody?
No, he was fighting all of them. So he was gonna. He
He
almost got hit a few times because I saw him at the liquor store. And
So
he ran
supposedly,
in front of a
he's
car.
fighting the police and they shot him. So no, supposedly someone whooped his ass. This kid that lives in my building.
He
said, "Yo, this
resisted
nigga's
arrest.
bleeding." But then I came up here and he was resisting, bro. I got it all on video of him, bro.
Let me see.
And now that nigga.
And then, hang on 1 second. I mean, this is awful. Awful. Hang on 1 second. Let me make this bigger. This is just, this is from the guy in the red shirt's point of view. He got closer.
Hey, yo, be easy with that boy, though. He got issues. Be easy with that boy. You heard? Be easy with that boy because he got issues. Be easy with that boy.
So at this point, right here, they're being told by someone who knows him, and he's repeating it over and over. Be easy with that boy. He's got issues. Be easy with that. So that should have been a clear-cut sign right there to back off of him at least a little bit. Or like you said, Ed, someone should have been checking his vital signs, making sure he could breathe.
1, 2,
I don't-
3.
Don't get it.
I don't think it takes all of you guys to hold homeboy down, though. We're trying to do it. Be careful with him. Be careful with him. Trying not to hurt him.
You hear him? He said, I'm trying not to hurt him. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it?
Then stand him up. I mean, if you're trying not to hurt him, there's plenty of you there. Stand him the frick up so he can breathe. You got EMS on the way. You've got plenty of backup to restrain him. He's not going anywhere.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2, I think, is his head, and then 1 comes later. Right there.
I don't think it takes all of you guys to hold homeboy down, though. We're trying to do it. Be careful with him. Be careful with him. Trying not to hurt.
All right, you see where his head is? His head's over here.
Mm-hmm.
There. Yeah, this guy right here. He's the one that says, I know.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So he's in distress. So this is where they most definitely should have been trying to stand him up. You can tell he's in distress. He's yelling, ow, ow. So stand him up. You got plenty of officers there to stand him up and just hold him up and hold him until you can get him to an ambulance or a squad car. I don't understand why they kept him on the ground. This just doesn't. What do you think, Ed?
I can't fathom why they did it either. There was 2 officers clearly up by his head. They could have been monitoring his breathing and his level of consciousness. I mean, they don't have to take vital signs. Just, talk to him, make sure he's breathing, and make sure that what his level of consciousness is. And you got to wonder why they haven't released the autopsy results yet, or the blood tox or anything. And to me, that silence is, they're probably justifying it because they're afraid they're going to get sued. But it's more important to be transparent to the community because you're a public servant. When they're not transparent and they don't answer these questions, then it makes a problem for not only that police department, but also for the profession. Because there's people that have seen this now that'll never trust a cop again.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, how can you look at it? I mean, this started off as like he was darting in and out, having some type of a crisis. And, the cops started talking to him. He's like, no, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. And they're like, no, come, we want to talk to you. And then they took off after him. And then all of a sudden, this. So.
I can't understand why there wasn't any pepper spray or.
Right.
Taser.
Or taser. Yep, or taser.
No other means to just get him to stop freaking out long enough to get him arrested. But yeah, none of it just is not adding up or makes sense. They just really did not conduct this in a proper police policy procedure, avenue at all.
I mean, at what part of your training, does it even take training to say 6 people on top of 1 person is like that's not even like that's common sense. That's not even proper protocol. I mean, at any point in your training, again, I'm science background. Like at any point in your training, does it say like you could be on top of a person, but like there has to be are there restrictions? There, like Kat, you talked about it. Like there are ways to do stuff. Ed, you said I keep wanting to say armbar, but like pressure points to try to subdue.
Right.
keep
Right.
eye on them so that you're not like, like getting them to submit or tap or whatever it may be. Like how does
Hey,
this go
old
wrong?
school pepper spray
Yeah.
is what works in many cases where someone is obstructing you and you can't get them to comply. That's like your first choice.
Pepper spray?
Yeah.
This is such a common event that it has a name. It's called the blue flood, where they just flood over on somebody and cover them up. It's not very tactically correct. If he would have had a handgun or gotten somebody's handgun, he could have probably gotten rounds off in 4 or 5 people before they would have known what was happening. It's just not a tactically correct situation.
Yeah.
And, pepper spray, tasers, those non-lethal or less than lethal, non-lethal force options, that's what they're there for. They're there to protect both the individual and the cops and the public.
Right. Right.
Well, in Massachusetts, I mean, we're a little different than the rest of the country. We, I mean, we believe in the Second Amendment, but a lot of people don't, and it's very difficult to get a firearms license to carry. So a lot less people have them, so they're not very prevalent. But that being said, like you shouldn't take it for granted. But a lot less people have them and have access to them. But I mean, so you can't take the chance. But I mean, this guy wasn't showing any type of like, hey, I just want to go away or I want to go somewhere. Like, not like, like F you, I'll, KL your family or, yeah.
There's at least 6 guns in that fight.
Yeah. Yep.
Each one of those cops has a gun.
Yeah.
Depending upon the type of holster they're carrying and what the security of it is, I doubt seriously that the plainclothes officers are very secure holsters. The uniforms might be, but there's 6 guns there. I mean, they're there and in the fight. So he wouldn't have to bring one if he didn't want to. They're already there.
That's true.
I would like, Ed, if I know you're super busy, but if we get more information on this, we'd love to have you back in a couple weeks, even if it's just for a half an hour, because your insight into this is so invaluable because of all of your training and having been a defensive and arresting tactics instructor, as well as a law enforcement. We'd like to have you back and talk a little bit more about Francis, if you think you have the time in the next couple of weeks, because maybe we'll get some more information coming out from the police and in that area.
Yeah, I'd love to come back. Anything I can do to help.
That'd be great. So let's walk back for a minute. Ed, tell us about when you decided to run for sheriff and what are you campaigning on?
I wasn't going to run. I'm retired. I'm a retired federal agent. I have 31 years in. My retirement salary is very, very, very good. It's like 6 figures. I don't need to work anymore. Everything's paid for. I was perfectly happy to stay home with 5 cats and 6 dogs and 3 parrots and a rabbit and just let life pass me by. But because of all the corruption, I couldn't do it. So I pointed it out the last time. And then this time, it hasn't really gotten any better. I mean, they've arrested some people, but there's some people they haven't arrested. So I was waiting. I thought, well, I'll wait and see if somebody with some knowledge, skills, ability, experience, and education comes forward with integrity. And I haven't seen that person yet. So I said, well, I guess I'm going to have to run again.
Good. Thank you, Ed. Thank you for coming out of retirement for your community. I hope your community really understands what you are sacrificing to do what you're doing. And can you just remind us who else got arrested after Jamie Knoll went to jail?
Jamie Knoll, his wife, Misty Knoll, his oldest daughter, Casey Knoll, the former Scott County Sheriff, Kenny Eubanks, former Clarksville police officer, John Miller, who was also on the county council and voted for all the stuff that Knoll did. Brittany Faree was on the county council, and she had a baby with Jamie Knoll out of wedlock. That was the 4th baby mama that I know of. And that's the 6th. The 7th is, gosh. I can't think off the top of my head who the 7th was. There's been some officers. There's been about 7 different officers that have been relieved of duty because of their closeness to this, including Jamie Knowles' brother-in-law.
Now that's something that's happened since we met you last. So they did continue to fire and decertify.
Yeah. The brother-in-law was working as a police officer at the Indiana University Regional Campus here in New Albany. Hugh Banks is not working as a cop anymore. Donovan Harry got fired, but he kept his certification, and he's working over in another county. But there's been a couple that have been drummed out, gotten rid of. Not enough. There's still a couple of them that are in the office that people are looking at going, you're right in the middle of this. And you were in this guy's barn and you saw 133 classic muscle cars, and it didn't dawn on you where this money was coming from. You've been in all three of his mansions. You've seen his aircraft. You've seen his 2 Rolexes, his $900 belts, his custom-made $3,000, $4,000 suits, and you didn't know that something was going on. Scotty Maples, his buddy, that's the sheriff now, said that he told people that he just thought he won the lottery. And my response to that is, you are either the dumbest cop that ever walked God's green earth, or you turned a blind eye for political consideration.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Those are those only 2 considerations. Now, what did his wife and daughter get charged with?
Public corruption. The daughter got it because she's the only one that wasn't an elected official. Well, no, she was an elected official. She was on the town board in Utica, where the fire department and that EMS was located. But she got arrested for tax evasion, and the wife was not a politician, but she got arrested for tax evasion also. And she almost got her plea bargain taken away.
I saw that. Yeah, you and I chatted about that a little bit a couple of weeks ago, because I saw it in the news that she was. What was she doing exactly, Ed? She was bragging about, or just basically saying, I'm not guilty.
Yeah, basically, she went on a local television channel and had, I guess, the day before she was sentenced, before the plea bargain was accepted, and said that she wasn't a bad person, that she didn't know what was going on. Now, keep in mind, she had a credit card that she used for everything, and it had Utica Volunteer Fire Department on it, and she used that credit card for everything. And so she went on and made this story about poor pitiful her, and crying and all this, and the public didn't buy it at all, and the judge was incensed. They wound up finally letting it stay. She recanted, I guess, and they let it stand. But these are not smart crooks. They really aren't.
No,
especially to be police officers. They just,
they sure were arrogant. They just kept on doing their crimes, thinking they were going to run this show forever in Clark County and get away with it. They were super arrogant.
And there's still some people out there that, think that they're just the most wonderful things in the world. And I look at those people and I just shake my head and go, you have got to be kidding me. I mean, it's not even critical thinking at this point. It's just logic.
Right. Right. I think when they get so in their head about how powerful they are and how much the means mean to them, and the actual, the political stature, the power, the money, I think that could be almost classified as a mental health disease.
Yeah. Yeah. I bet like some narcissism or something.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely narcissism. But Jamie Knowles almost sounds sociopathic. His behavior is like a whole level beyond, it's criminal narcissism. So maybe we need to have another level of narcissistic behavior that can be in the mental health documentation, that it goes up to a whole level of criminal narcissism, because he's hard to even fathom. So tell us what's going to happen. When is the election?
2026. There's a primary. I've got at least one person running in a primary with me on the Democratic ticket. Okay. That's going to be in April, and then the general election will be in November.
Okay, so we've got pretty much a year. Well, pretty much a year, a little more than a year to go of campaigning. Yeah.
And I started early. I wasn't going to, but my hand got forced to start a little early, because the narrative that the Scotty Maples, the Jamie Knowles protege, was trying to put out was that he was responsible for all this stuff. And I keep my receipts, including my certified return receipt requested mail receipts. So it was easily debunked. But
Good. I'm so glad. Well, everybody in our friend zone tonight has had many wonderful comments for you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for coming out of retirement and running for sheriff to show the community that you can make a difference. You can change, the whole outlook and aspect of a county that's gone down into corruption, and you can bring it back up and bring it back into the light like you're doing, Ed.
that's the hope.
That's the hope. Well, we're really happy to know you. We're proud to know you, and we'd love to have you back anytime that you have time for us to give us your expert law enforcement opinion on a lot of these cases that we are advocating for, human lives that have been taken and they've been unalived by the hands of someone else. So we'd love to have your opinion and feedback. And if anyone has any questions for Ed, please just put them in the replay. Please put them in the replay because Ed can see them there. So if you can type your questions in the replay of our live stream tonight, then he can answer them right there for you. I'll give him a little cue on how to do that. And if you have any questions for me or Julie, please, again, ask them in the replay. That would be great. Ed, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
My pleasure, completely.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for everything you're doing for Clark County, Indiana.
Thank you. And with that, I'll go get some sleep.
Good.
Thank you, Ed, for giving your 2 cents on that video. You guys are one of the only law enforcement talking about this video, and thank you for giving your expertise on what's going on here in Massachusetts. So thank you for.
My pleasure, ma'am. My pleasure. Definitely.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, sir.
We'll see y'all.
Yeah, take care. We'll see you again soon, Ed.
See ya.
Bye-bye. What a great man. What a great example of the actual true good cops, and I just want you all to know there truly are still good cops out there. And Ed's one of them, and he's coming out of retirement to support his community. And it just doesn't get any better than that. And we'll look forward to having him again. And please, definitely, if you have questions for Ed about what happened in Clark County or any questions on his comments tonight, on our going over the horrible situation, horrible death of what happened to Francis Gigliotti, please ask those questions right in the replay on YouTube. You can go to our replay on the YouTube channel and ask any questions you want in the friend zone there, the chat box there. So thanks, everybody. And my condolences and Julie's go out to the family of Francis. We're so sorry for your loss. It was preventable. Absolutely preventable. Should have never happened. Should have never gone down like that. So we'll definitely, obviously, we'll learn more coming in the coming weeks, and we'll continue to give you that information as we find it and we absorb it. We'll share it with you on Friday Night Lives coming up. So thanks, everybody. All right, Julie, what did we want to branch into next?
Well, you want to stay on the fun, happy topic of police and horrible shit that happens around them.
Yes, the fun, happy topic of what happens around.
Happy. All right. So, just for a refresher, this happened. All right, I put it in the share screen. This is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons, because there was news about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We talked about a lot about the court cases that were going around with the federal investigation and Roe and Co. and all those guys. And while all that was happening, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, which we talked about beforehand, had a hearing and added some more members of her team, and some more information came out about this. So we'll do a little refresher, and then I'll play the most up to date. And I mean, this just has like so many questions about it. I mean, this is a young cop, 28 years old, 2 years on the job. This is in North Andover. This is a smaller town than Haverhill, a city of Haverhill. This is a town in North Andover. No body cams there either. So
you said North Andover, right?
North Andover.
Yeah. Okay.
That's also Essex County. So both cases in Essex County happened within, I think, a week of one another, because it happened. We talked about both of them at the same time, because I think one happened on a Saturday, one happened on a Thursday. Like it was like right around the time where we could talk about it on Friday.
No, Julie, we forgot. We were going to ask him about his take on Aaron Spencer too. But guys, I didn't want to keep him. I promised him he wouldn't be on more than 2 hours. So I'm so sorry.
Well, so much for that.
Francis Gigliotti was on our radar. We had to speak on that, and we needed to. watch
you
that.
you guys are the only two. I mean, as far as I can tell, I mean, I don't know if Duty Ron and Duty Ed talked about it or the Vegas, whatever they're doing out there, but you guys, the only ones talking about this who are police officers. So, I mean, again, you talked about it before, hand to say like, yeah, you know, they monkey piled on them and everybody kept talking about like, oh, this is why women shouldn't be cops. Like, okay, what were the guys doing in that? Like, we just saw the whole friggin' video, and you think that women being cops is the worst thing in the whole video? No. But anyways, we just saw that, and you guys are the only are two to give your perspective as former police officers. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I appreciate it, and I'm really happy to have Ed with us. His background is just stellar. So yeah, we'll do that. MCAT. He said he'd come back on, so we'll just plan to have him back on in a couple weeks when he has time for us on a Friday night, and we'll discuss Aaron Spencer, because that's really an epic case. And we'll give you guys a little, for those of you that don't know about Aaron Spencer and don't know about what happened with his daughter and the really horrible, scary situation with the former chief of police. This is also in Indiana, by the way, where he was the chief of police, but the actual atrocity to this young girl happened in where she was living in Arkansas and where he had moved. He had moved to Arkansas after he retired from being the chief of police in Indiana. So we will definitely have to get Ed's take on this. So I'll put together something, a slide deck for us and questions for Ed, and we'll do that when we can. I'll get him to commit to one of our Friday nights coming up in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Thank you, MCAT. Sorry about that. I'm very, very angry, she says. Oh, no. So you are very, very angry about this case. Is that what I take?
He's watching a football game.
Oh, you're watching a football game. Oh, what's isn't this preseason still, MCAT?
Oh no, high school.
Oh, high school. Oh, is this North? Is that what this is? North Andover?
Oh no, that's where Kelsey Fitzsimmons is. North Andover.
That's where Kelsey is. Okay, I'm trying to catch up here a little bit to the chat. So okay, so she's in high school football land because it is Friday Night Lights has already started as well here in Florida. Some schools haven't started yet, but many have already started Friday Night Lights. So there's lots going on with high school football. Absolutely. So that is. See if there was anything else I missed. Okay, so do you have the clip up for us, Julie?
Yep. Yeah, it's a screen share.
All right, let me find it. So this case really upsets me for a lot of reasons. Number one, postpartum depression is not given any credence. People just overlook it. They don't realize how dangerous it is to the mother and the child and the family. It's a very scary situation. It's a proven psychological hormonal issue that happens, a health concern that happens to women after they've had a baby. I think people are very lackadaisical about what a woman goes through for 9 months and then following the birth of the child. It's an complete invasion of your body. Those of us that are moms, and I've had 2 children and I suffered a miscarriage. It is a complete invasion of your body for 9 months and afterwards if you choose to breastfeed, and the hormonal effects that happen, that your body has to bounce back to get back into its normal state. And that causes major hormone factors that can affect your mental and physical well-being. And it's just a travesty what little attention it gets. And I feel so much empathy, but the fact that there wasn't some type of intervention going on already for her, she should have already had intervention. It should have never come down to it being that egregious of what was happening to her, that her behavior would be that erratic, that somebody hadn't already caught this. I'm just taken aback by this. So Julie's knows more about this situation than I do. I've followed it, but not as much as Julie has. So let me pull this up here for y'all. I'll let her talk you guys through this one.
Yeah, this is, the follow-up, because again, she went to court last week, because this is supposed to be the quiet week. This is when it first happened. They're going to explain the background of this.
Can you do your little arrow there in the corner?
Another officer.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, and MCAT says I experienced bad postpartum issues. So thank you for sharing that personal medical situation, MCAT. It's very scary.
And tonight, new details are emerging. Kelsey Fitzsimmons was diagnosed with postpartum depression in March and had been off the job. Our Michael Rosenfield is live for us in North Andover. He's got the new developments. Michael, how is that officer doing tonight?
Well, Colton, tonight that police officer who was shot is in stable condition, but we don't know exactly what kind of injury she's dealing with. The incident happened right here at her own home here in North Andover last night. 3 North Andover police officers were attempting to serve a restraining order on one of their fellow officers, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Monday.
Okay, Kat, right off the bat, 3 of her fellow officers went to her house to serve her with a restraining order, 209A. That's a significant other, spouse, somebody who lives with you. Now, we found out that what happened was her fiance, she had been having postpartum issues, and we're going to see from the report, the week prior, they had an incident up in Maine where she supposedly became violent and hit him and said that she was going to take the baby away from him and away, far, far away. And he made claims that that was her code for unaliving herself. And so he was worried about that. And so he works for the fire department. He called her earlier that day to say, hey, can you meet me at this park with the baby? So she goes to this park with the baby. He doesn't show up. She goes to the house. He's not there. And her officers show up and say, we're here to serve you with this restraining order and to take the baby. She goes up to the bedroom with one of her officers. Again, no body cams. I don't know if you could see. No body cams. I don't know if that's her full uniform, but no body cams. They go up into the bedroom to go gather some belongings for the baby because, again, and Melanie talked about this, it's just that it's one party where you basically can walk into someplace and say, hello, this person is crazy. They're the craziest person on earth. I want you to give me their whole entire life. And the way it works up here is they go, oh, okay. And they stamp it and everything's fine, which doesn't seem okay, but that's what it is. So she was on leave. She had just gotten her her firearms back. And then this happened. So there's been more updates, but this is the blanket, but they're going to show
the one thing that I'm already concerned about is that her husband's a firefighter. Yep. So he has training, in EMS and life-saving. And why are we not involving a social worker at this point? Why would you send 3 police officers, which is definitely going to upset her? She's already having issues, problems, already showing distress and violence. Why not have some type of a mental health care or a crisis team like Ed was talking about? Mm-hmm. Why not have that component?
I mean, 3 officers, again.
You would definitely be sending more than 2 officers to a call like this, because we already know she's had violence with her spouse. We already know she's not stable, but why are we not sending a crisis team then? Right? And why just cops are coming in, which are going to put her obviously off the chain because she is a cop and she's having this mental health crisis. So some type of a social worker component, or like Ed was saying, like I'm saying, the crisis team, but you absolutely have to have at least 2 or 3 police officers on a call like this. Absolutely have to, because she's a cop. We know she has a gun and she's already showing violence. So that's an absolute must.
Okay, all right. So that's not out of the ordinary to have 3 officers to show up without an ambulance or anything like that. Take a kid.
No.
But why would 3 officers show up to take a baby? Wouldn't you get wouldn't you get like social services or like CPS or somebody involved?
Well, I don't know all the backstory yet, but again, she's already showing violence. She's already showing instability. So what I'm not understanding is why she wasn't already sanctioned. Like, why didn't a member of her family, her parents, or a sibling, why didn't somebody already appeal to the court to have her put into protective custody?
That's a good question. Yep.
That's what I want to know.
Yes. I also have that question because, aside from her fiance, nobody else seems to, they knew that she was having issues, but it seems like the fiance is the one pushing this. So.
Right. And if he's pushing this again, then why wasn't someone who's on her side involved more than he appears to be? Yes. I understand his concern is for his child now more than her in a way, because he's
filed for full custody too.
Right. She's acting out. She's being violent. She's not in her right mind. But does he not? has nobody explained to these two? Did the doctor, did her OBGYN not explain to these two what is happening? That this is postpartum depression. This is not her normal person, her normal self behaving in this way. Obviously, she became a police officer. She went through training, police academy. She obviously was having a very normal existence mentally. And after the baby's born and she enters into this postpartum depression, why wasn't she already, why weren't they elevating for her care at this point? Why wasn't somebody lobbying for her care at this point? That's where my real concerns are.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem a little like the fiance was a little bit pushy. Like, okay, like she had, like, the baby was 4 months old, so she had the baby for 4 months prior.
Yeah,
and
that's a classic time zone for postpartum, though, is anywhere from birth up until 4 to 6 months down the line.
But how common is it for when you give birth and you experience postpartum depression? How common is it for your spouse to get a restraining order, apply for full custody?
It's not common. It's not common at all. Typically the spouse is there supporting the woman, and they're going, they're going into the doctor and they're trying to figure out what's wrong. But again, this just screams how little attention postpartum depression gets from doctors, from family. People don't understand it. They don't know about it. It wasn't more than 6 months ago, maybe 8 months ago, when that mother unalived her 3 children and herself. And then there was the other mother that unalived her 2 children and then jumped out of a window to unalive herself, and she survived. And she's in jail now. And the father has been like supporting her and having her back because he understood that it was postpartum depression and they were trying to get her help. And the other mother, they had been trying to get her help as well. It's a long road to healing when you're going through a mental health crisis. You don't just get better overnight because someone diagnoses you. That's that's not how it works. So this is, again, to me, this is just another travesty of where someone's mental health is not being diagnosed properly. It's not being taken care of properly. And it's just incredibly epically sad.
Those 2 examples, as horrendous, and they were the extreme. And there was just another case, very similar to, not similar. There was a woman who just did that in New Hampshire, I think last week or something like that. Yes. But in the 2 cases that you mentioned, they had some type of like familiar spousal support where it's like, yep, we got this, this happened.
Yeah.
They didn't just like, oh, see you later, we're going to apply for full custody and like, see you later. And also fire department and police officers, work together and seem to, know one another. So I don't know. They just, like the second video, we'll see more. It just seems a little fishy to me, but that's just from my perspective.
I just want to answer MCAT here for a second. MCAT, sorry, but I actually asked Ed about this case about a week ago, and he's not familiar with this case at all because it happened in Arkansas. So I knew he didn't know anything about this case, and we needed to attend to Francis first and foremost tonight because it's timely. So I have to give Ed, I have to create a slide deck because I don't know everything about that case either. So before I live stream about anything, I literally create a case deck, and Julie knows how I do this. I'm methodical. I have my Google slide deck and I find out everything I can find out via, document searches and news clips and news reels and whatever we can find. And then I build a slide deck on the case that we're going to look into. And then Julie and I make sure we understand it before we ask you to understand it. And I wasn't about to put Ed on the spot like that, just so you understand. I wasn't going to do that to him because he came on tonight to tell us about what happened in Clark County and to share that he was running for sheriff. And then Julie and I kind of surprised him with the Francis because we really wanted him to see that clip. So just so you understand, there is a method to my madness when I live stream on Friday Night Live.
Police officer perspective.
Julie's, we have an agenda. We prep for these live streams. We don't prep for what we're always going to say because live stream is live stream, but I always have an agenda and I always have a Google slide deck to go along with what we're doing on every Friday.
I think MCAT just busting your cookies.
Oh, I know she is. I'm just busting her cookies back. No, I understand you want his perspective. I just wanted you to know I wasn't intentionally dissing you. But we will get him back and we will hear his perspective because this man that case is egregious and it's disgusting and despicable, and it's not a whole lot unlike Sandra Birchmore. This is a man who was a former officer, who was a chief of police, and abused his power and was trying to groom a 14-year-old child. And I think he would have unalived her had the father not stepped in. So I definitely want to talk about this on one of our Friday Night Lies episodes and delve deeper into it. And that his trial is going to be coming up. Those charges should have been dropped a long time ago. It's just a travesty what they're putting on the father of that child. And I definitely want to delve into that more. So thank you, MCAT. And I know you weren't really truly angry, but I just wanted to let you know, I wanted to give you the whole gist of it, that I want to ask Ed about that case. So we will definitely have him back. And thank you. You guys are always welcome, on Friday Night Lies, to ask Julie and I to cover something that you're interested in. If you have an interest in Donna Adelson, if you have an interest in what happened with Brian Kohlberger and the Idaho 4 and any other case, Sandra Birchmore cases, we're going to keep talking about that. Obviously, that's coming up with Matthew Farwell, William Farwell, Joshua Heel, Robert Devine. They all have post-commission hearings coming up. By the way, just to go off topic a minute, Julie, Joshua Heel's post-commission hearing that was supposed to happen August 26th is now postponed.
Yep.
Ms. put that up on their Facebook page, Justice for Sandra Birchmore, and we don't know why it was postponed, at least not as of yesterday. I didn't have time to look into that today, but I'll let you all know as soon as we know when it's coming back, when he's been rescheduled. But Suzanne Morphew, Barry Morphew's court hearing, his trial is going to be coming up. And I don't know if it'll be covered. I'd like to think so, because it's now become such a high profile case. And there's so many Justice for Suzanne pages now on Facebook and on Twitter X, and so many people wanting to see justice for Suzanne Morphew. So there's just a lot coming up in the upcoming months. So if there's anything we're not telling you that we're going to talk about and discuss and break down, and you want to see it, let us know. Just send us an email, get a hold of us, and we'll do our best to do that for you. So thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody tonight who's with us in our friend zone. We truly appreciate you and your advocacy. All right, Julie.
To piggyback on the Sandra Birchmore case, Mizzy did a live this past Monday because it's been cooler up here lately. She was able to do a live, and she went over what Nurse Kim Bettero talked about, but she mentioned that she talked about William Farwell, just like you did last week. She talked about Matthew Farwell and his court date, saying that it got moved. And she's saying that, well, because of like what happened with the federal case, maybe he's going to on the 6th. And then I think it's the 6th and the 16th, that maybe he'll, plea and then get sentenced and say that they're cooperating. Like, that's just speculation. But his court date is in October 6th. She's going to have a standout at federal court, Uncle Joe's house. But she is also having a standout on this Thursday, August 28th, from 3 to 5 in Canton at Michael Morrissey's office. They're going to have a standout. Now, on the 28th of August, Roe and Co. are back. They're back in Dedham Superior to Judge Rupp to talk about what's going on. This week, there was a letter released from Leah Foley, who is the oh my goodness, not the DA. She's the Massachusetts U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts.
Right.
She released a letter saying, all the stuff with Proctor, unless it came out with the Reed file case, all that stuff is federal material and it needs to be destroyed. So anybody who sees anything from Proctor that did not come out in the Reed trial number 1, trial number 2, don't tweet it, don't take pictures, just delete it. Go away, because that's property of the feds, and they will be very upset. They also said a couple other things, but
thank you, Julie, for reminding us about all that, about the evidence.
Yeah. So that's going to be, so they're going to kind of reconvene and talk about, because they got more stuff from the feds. So this happened before, they got more stuff from the feds. They're going to talk about it. That's at 2:00. But so if you're in Dedham at 2:00 to stand out, go to court, whatever it is, you can drive very easily over to Canton at 3 and go join Mizzy. So that's happening on the 28th. That's next Thursday. So just to give everybody an update. So anyways, let's continue.
Evening, they showed up at her home just after 6 p.m.
When one of the officers was escorting Ms. Fitzsimmons during the service of the court order, a non-confrontation took place.
It's unclear what exactly happened, but one of the officers fired their weapon, hitting Fitzsimmons once. She's currently in stable condition.
There were lots of pieces to be put together. There was lots of things that remain unanswered.
The restraining order had been filed by the fiance of Officer Fitzsimmons, who wrote in court documents, quote, "I strongly believe Ms. Fitzsimmons will cause physical harm and emotional to our child." The fiance said in court.
Okay, let's read this whole entire thing because they don't really go over the whole entire thing. Okay, this is from the this is the protective order. This is the restraining order from the fiance, 209A. This is when they were up in Maine. It says, Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a danger to myself and our son, along with herself. On Saturday night, June 28th, Kelsey struck me with a closed fist 3 times to my face. I was scared. She would not stop. My brother and sister heard noises and knocked. I was able to open the door, and then this part is crossed out, immediately said she didn't do anything. I feared, and it was struck. So it says, I was able to open the door, and she grabbed my arm and ripped me back into the room. My brother and sister came in, and she said she didn't do anything. I feared for my life.
Documents that Fitzsimmons hit him on his face Saturday night with a closed fist 3 times. He wrote, "I fear that you will kill."
Ah, crap. I think I went a little too fast, a little too far. Let's see. At 2 a.m., let's see. It says, I'm feared that she might hurt herself, the baby, and myself. Then at, I think, 2 a.m., maybe 7 a.m., while heavily intoxicated and fighting her friends, that she would leave to get the baby. Her parents took our son from my parents in the middle of the night, saying they didn't come. What quote unquote manic state she was in. They were taking the baby to her. Today, Kelsey is threatening to take the baby, quote unquote, far, far away for a long, long time. This is how she has spoken about KILLING herself in the past. I fear that she will KILL the baby at any moment. She punched her stomach repeatedly. Kat, do you have any take on that? Anyone? Bueller?
The baby at any moment. Court records reveal a troubling several months that after Fitzsimmons gave birth back in February, police responded to her home in March for, quote, female having a mental health episode. She was diagnosed with postpartum depression and deemed unsuitable to carry a firearm because she'd been committed to a hospital or institution. 2 weeks ago, she was cleared to return to duty by a medical professional, and her license to carry a firearm was reinstated. But then the alleged violence over the weekend involving her fiance, followed by Monday night's confrontation with her fellow officers.
Okay, so this happened July 2nd. The incident that they're talking about was the 28th. She was talking about or what they were talking about, that she was hospitalized. I think they said back in March. So that would have been 4 months prior. Yes, 4 months prior. So she does have a history of, I guess she had the baby and then had an episode and was in the hospital. And I don't know. It just seems very I don't know. Like the first thing that you do is go, my fiance's in the hospital. We have a new baby. Now I'm gonna rip the baby away from, I don't know. That's just what it looks like to me.
Restraining orders, court-approved restraining orders are sometimes some of the most dangerous duties that police officers can cover.
The fiance has now filed for sole custody of the child, given what happened last night. We did reach out to the officer's family this evening, but they declined to comment. We're live in North Andover. Michael Rosenfield, NBC 10 Boston.
Okay, so that was last month. Now we will do what just happened. Yeah. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Yes, that's it.
Andover police officer who was shot by fellow members of the force.
And there she is. That's Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She is in the hospital because she was, okay, I read that she was shot twice in the chest. They're saying that she was shot once in the chest. She was in the chest. She was in very critical condition, but I mean, as you can see here, she survived. So this is the update.
In a courtroom Zoom today, as her defense attorney argued that she should be released. He also says investigators are not telling the truth about what happened. WBZ's Beth Germano is live in Salem. And Beth, I know we are also learning more about what happened before this shooting. Well, it's a case with many layers and now accusations of lies on both sides. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is charged with armed assault to murder in a confrontation with fellow police officers, but her attorneys say there are two sides to the story as a judge considers if she is a danger. It's the first time seeing 28-year-old Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Her attorneys in court fighting for her to be let out on bail, calling the case against her a he said, she said situation, not a criminal case, when she allegedly pointed a gun and attempted to shoot a fellow officer inside her North Andover home. Her family there to support her.
We just hope she gets home soon. We don't believe that Kelsey pointed her gun at anyone except herself.
It started June 30th when 3 officers arrived at the home to issue a restraining order that had been taken out by Fitzsimmons' fiancée, worried she could harm their baby born in February and him. Fitzsimmons has admitted to postpartum depression after the birth, voluntarily undergoing a mental health evaluation, according to her attorney, who says the condition is not a permanent one.
This was a transient episode that was brought on by an unimaginable confluence of events for Kelsey. And it's over and it's gone and she's fine. And that's what the court needs to understand.
That June night, attorneys say Fitzsimmons went to a second-floor bedroom to get clothes for her baby who was being removed from the home. One of the 3 officers following her upstairs, who claims she suddenly grabbed her service weapon and fired with an empty chamber.
She racked the gun to load a round into the chamber. When she did that, he fired 1 shot, missed, and fired another shot.
There's no body camera. There's no other officer up there. There's 3 different stories, versions of what exactly was said in the reports before.
Her attorneys say Fitzsimmons, who was shot in the chest, has been slowly recovering and has never been heard in this case, while she's also fighting a custody battle. Former Attorney General Martha Coakley has become a co-defense counsel.
Our real goal is to make sure that she is heard, that the truth comes out about what really happened here, and our client is innocent.
I'm very, very, very happy that Martha Coakley signed on for this because when she was the Attorney General for Massachusetts, and she does a lot of commenting on, I think it's WCVB Channel 5, might be Channel 4. Well, yeah, I think Channel 5. She did stuff with the Karen Reed stuff and Sandra Birchmore to comment about what's going on here. She was very pro-police, so I'm very glad she has. I mean, she's Democrat, but she's very pro-police. So I'm very glad that she's on her side and on her team. So that's a good thing.
Definitely. And something that he said, which is like what we were just saying a few minutes ago, is that this is not a long-term diagnosis. Postpartum depression can be cured, and it can be cured, as soon as they can diagnose it and then get you on some type of hormone treatment or mental health drugs, whatever they use. I don't even know it's probably different for each person. I don't know what the actual healing stages are for postpartum depression because I don't know that much about it myself, but it's not a life sentence. It can be cured. And that's why the way that it was handled prior to this happening to her was just didn't seem like it was being handled properly at all.
Yeah. I mean, this is a mess of a situation. I mean, like they said, it was just her and the 3 officers, and they were there to take her baby and serve her with a restraining order without any type of
without anybody there. There should have been a social worker there to help her. I mean, it's ludicrous the way they handle it. It's absolutely insane the way they handled it.
EMT, somebody. I mean, it's not. I mean, again, it's North Andover. It's not like it's out in the friggin' boonies somewhere. I mean,
they already knew she was suffering from this level of postpartum depression. That's why I said it makes no sense that they didn't have a crisis team there to support her.
Well, I mean, especially since the fiance made the statement of saying, I'm afraid, like the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm afraid of all of this. Like you would think that they would show up with an ambulance and say like you said, like, and like what the Essex County DA said in the last episode in the last video, that it's, like serving these, it's difficult because you don't know what you're going to expect. But I mean, especially where, you're there to like serve her, but then also take her child 4 months old, like Jesus.
Right. Hey, MCAT just said Zoloft worked for me and it's safe for breastfeeding. And Zoloft, guys, is one of the lowest level depression medications you can be put on. It's the least invasive. It has the least amount of side effects. I actually had to take it shortly after my neck surgery and going through all of the PT and all the work hardening. I was dealing with, a little bit of a level of depression. I actually took Zoloft. So I don't remember, other than gaining weight, I don't remember any terrible side effects from it. And it really works. It helps set your brain chemistry back, get your brain chemistry back where it needs to be. Because it's really about postpartum depression is about hormones and brain chemistry. And that's what it is. So thanks for sharing that, MCAT. Really appreciate your opening up about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, so we learned a little bit about more about it here. Is that she gave birth, and then about a month later, she had an episode. She ended up going to the hospital. That's when they diagnosed her with postpartum, and as a result of her going to the hospital, they took away her firearm. I don't know if she went out on medical. I mean, she must have gone out on medical, but then just came back like she did psych eval, and she was completely and she was cleared. She was cleared. She got her firearms back. She was back on the job, and then had this episode, and like everything happened all at once. So I mean, that's quick. I don't know. I'm skeptical, but that's me.
Prosecutors say all of this allegedly happened after Fitzsimmons was cleared to return to the force and that she remains a danger to herself and others. Her attorneys say if bail is granted, there is a plan for her release and that these are untested allegations. Reporting live from outside Salem Superior Courthouse, I'm Beth Germano, WBZ News.
All right, Beth.
Thank you, Beth Germano. Okay, yeah. So they had the hearing. She was, I mean, as of, I believe right now, she is still considered a danger to herself and to others. So she is in custody. She's still in the hospital, but I mean, I don't know if there's a plan to put her in.
What is she in custody for? What are the charges?
So she is being charged with armed assault on a police officer and I believe attempted manslaughter. I know they're very high charges. So she's been decertified as a police officer. She's been placed on leave. I don't know if she's been placed on leave. I mean, she was placed on leave with pay. I don't know if she's been removed from that. I don't think they can, but she has been decertified. I know that she's like they have to leave. Like they charged her pretty heavy. I think it was I know it's armed assault on a police officer, and I believe it was attempted manslaughter. Like they're heavy charges, and she's in custody because they said like, no, we have a plan. Like she's being treated. Like obviously she has a hole in her chest, but it's going to be his ward against her ward, and they're already doing she's crazy and hysterical, so obviously she was in the wrong. That's the card that they're going to play, and I think that's the card that the fiance is going to play. And this is just going to be a shit situation anyway you slice it. So I'm very glad that Martha Coakley is on her team. So,
yeah, definitely, I'm glad too. But there's a lot more. There'll be a lot more to come that we can update you all on as the weeks go by. What happens? But I just feel terrible for her, and I hope she's getting continued counseling, whatever it takes. Hi, Donna. Welcome back. Can you email me, Donna? If I put my email up here, give it to you. I'm going to type it right in here in this box. I'm sorry. I typed it up for you last week, and I'm sorry if you didn't see it. It's it's ACTT MSW. Okay, Tanner. I have to run Tanner outside. Do you have something we got to put up next? Yes. So I can run the puppy out. He's done really good today.
We can watch a little bit of Colonel Noble's very, very, very exciting interview with Christina Rex, where he says all of the HR speaking points, but there were there were some interesting points, and we'll play some of those.
And there's my email, Donna. Please send me an email. Happy to address any questions, or if you have anything you need help with, we're happy to do that. So now you've got it, acttmsw@gmail.com, acttmsw@gmail.com. And that goes for any of you too. If you need to email me with questions or suggestions or anything, feel free to. And I will respond ASAP. Hang on a second. I'll get it up for you there, Julie. Okay, Tanner. I'm running the puppy out, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh, no, I got it.
Got it? Okay.
Well, yeah, you go ahead. I got it.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. All right. So I forget when this was, but I mean, Melanie said, I think it was about all of 30 seconds where she said, I watched it about 5 minutes. I didn't want to turn it off because it was as boring as all hell. And the only exciting part was when they talked about the comments. And I said, is that true? And so then I watched it for you guys, and it is I mean, all he does is just do all the like HR talking points, like, oh, we're here to learn. I'm here to, we want to expand and make it like just nonsense. But there were some interesting parts. I mean, he does talk a little bit about Sandra. He does talk a little bit about Enrique, which is very interesting considering all the drama that's been going on. So we'll hit some of the highlights because we'll talk about this.
So I've looked at some of them. I just want to redo a few of them and ask you about it.
Sure.
So
these are comments.
So, a post from state police saying, do you want to become a state trooper? Here's how. Some of the comments. First, fire those that put us at risk. You know who they are. Once again, you cannot recoup public trust while still maintaining Officer John O'Keefe got the investigation he deserved. Own it. Integrity. How's that Sandra Birchmore case holding up for you guys and your integrity? I can't believe state police have to recruit. It used to be one of the best jobs in the Commonwealth. Now it's a punchline. Enrique Delgado signed up to be a state trooper and ended up dead during a training exercise. No sane person would work for the Staties now because Proctor ruined them. I'm sure you see these comments. Are your recruiting efforts hindered? And why do you think that is?
I think that anytime we see an erosion of public trust, anytime a police department has an incident that calls into question the integrity of the institution or the individual troopers, absolutely there is an impact on recruiting. I think that, and we're seeing that here. That said, I also know very proudly that we have over 2,400 troopers that are out there doing the job and doing it very well every day. And I think that we, as the Massachusetts State Police, need to continue to ensure that we will understand, we will accept the impediments to recruiting, whether it's specific issues that we have regarding performance of individual troopers or something more systemic that there's accusations of. But my response to that is engage with us, talk to us. We, through these messages and through our recruiting campaign, we are formally opening that door to say, learn about us, challenge us. And I expect hard conversation. I expect, and that's part of this job as a very public facing, and we are accountable to the public. And when citizens have commentary to respond to us, absolutely, we don't shy away from that. That's part of this business. But I would also say, and challenge the Commonwealth to say, take the extra step and learn about us. We have formally, one change that you have seen through our Excellence Initiative and through our community outreach efforts is we have formally opened up communications. We are doing through the very post that you just referred to. We're opening up that door to say, come learn about us. If you're going to make a decision to pursue a career in law enforcement in the Massachusetts State Police, that's obviously a huge decision, but be informed. And we will accept and we will own and we will talk through the issues and the challenges, but we also want to talk about there's a lot of good to this job. And I still 100% believe that the Massachusetts State Police is an exceptional place to work. And frankly, I wouldn't have taken this job if I didn't believe that.
We have to talk about the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe and the subsequent Karen Reed trial.
Absolutely.
You started this job at an interesting time, right after the first trial ended, and then you were a colonel while the second trial went on. Of course, the number one state trooper whose name has been associated with this has been Michael Proctor. I know that all of the behavior that he was terminated over happened before your time here. I'm just curious if you can reflect on that.
How excited he is to talk about Proctor.
On all of it, frankly, on the text messages and his handling of that investigation and how it reflects on state police.
Yeah, I think formally that the actions I've taken since I've been the colonel speak for themselves as far as I ultimately am responsible for making the final decision to terminate Trooper Proctor. That's a decision that's got my name on it, and I stand behind that decision. But I think that when you understand and you look through the particular facts and circumstances regarding that decision, we have to look at it from a bit of a macro job-wide. We have to identify what actually happened. We have to look at that from a process standpoint and say, did the Massachusetts State Police have the proper training, accountability, insights, and controls across the board to ensure that doesn't happen, to ensure that when our troopers are involved in an investigation, particularly a major investigation, a complex a death investigation, this comes from I spent 17 years investigating death investigations. Our mission needs to be laser focused on finding the truth, period, hard stop. That's what the mission of a detective is to uncover the truth, regardless of what direction that it takes you, and to follow the facts and evidence of your investigation, and to do so with integrity, with confidentiality, and with the professionalism that we expect. So, to your point, all those issues that factored into that decision, just like any other investigation I'd like to offer, we actively have been and will continue to take back to our team, digest the issues, learn from them, and then absolutely we have the responsibility to put measures in place so that we can report back to the public and say, we've learned from that, we've gotten better, we've improved, and now we're moving forward.
So in that case in particular, is the takeaway that perhaps Proctor's mission was not just to find the truth?
It's very important to listen first, talk second.
That was a whole.
That's
bunch
counterintuitive
of-
for most people.
I can't even describe it.
Well, I think that the investigation itself, keep in mind, took place before I got it. So I was not here when the investigation took place. So I can't, nor will I speak to the mission and how it was conveyed during the investigation portion of that. What I can say is that in my review of the after action reports and of the issues that were raised that I reviewed through the internal affairs process, certainly we identified areas where I think being specific to our core mission, a reminder to our core mission, is appropriate here. The actual why do we have troopers assigned to these cases? Why are we there? Well, we're there to uncover the truth. And I believe that it's our job and in my job, sitting in this role currently as the colonel, to make sure that we are being loud and clear with the why and what we expect from our troopers. And that why absolutely is, as far as investigations goes, is aligned with the core mission of uncovering the truth, wherever it takes you. So we've taken some steps towards that. If you'll allow me to describe one particular step that we've done is we have, if you are an investigator, if you're assigned to an investigation role within the Masters of State Police, I look at that and our team looks at that as an expertise, as an expert position. And with that comes the expectations that our troopers will be prepared, trained, and will perform as an expert. So to that effect, we've implemented a new in-service program.
Okay. Enough of this. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So this guy, since Christina Rex asked the question to say, oh, speaking of the John O'Keefe investigation and speaking, to follow up, to ask about what's your take on what you saw in the investigation of what state police detectives did in the Officer John O'Keefe case, or just in Norfolk County, I guess in general? Couldn't you say anything? He took all this time to, I don't even know, circle the runway, he took it like the airplane and was like, okay, I'm coming in for a landing, and then I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna go here, and then we're gonna go here, and oh my God, I need to find an offshoot. He said so much, and he didn't say anything of what he would expect out of the detectives. He didn't even say they detect. But now he's going to talk about how one of the things that he implemented, that Maura Healey specifically told him to implement, and that they don't do, is that they talk about experts, meaning that detectives, specialists, people like Trooper Paul, like his line of work, that they are now going to be doing ongoing education. What does that mean? That means that once you are certified in computer technology, you don't get certified in 1987, and then your technology, what you know about technology stays in 1987. It keeps evolving. So some stuff evolves, some stuff doesn't. Technology evolves, and you need to keep up with it. So he's saying oh yeah, we have continuing education where you need to learn and do all that stuff. He came on board in the fall of 2024. Why is this a new concept? I don't understand. But let's listen.
For our specialized units, where just like a doctor has to go or a lawyer has to go for continuing education credits, any trooper that's assigned to a specialized unit will be required to undergo advanced training to keep up with the changing dynamics or the environment, but also be adaptive, but also understand where we can do better. That's part of it. That's part of a really healthy organization. So we just put our troopers who are assigned to investigations, about 500 or so troopers, through that first exercise, through that first training. That's new. And that's not going to stop with one training. That's going to be a continuing process that will occur, certainly as long as I'm here.
Just a couple more questions on this particular topic. The few other officers.
Because you didn't answer her original question, she has to keep going.
Troopers associated with that investigation faced some minor discipline, and most of them were moved out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Was that your call, or was that the DA's call? And do you feel at this point like there's been sufficient accountability for that case?
I think he made a point here. Okay. I think this is one of the spots where he makes a point.
Ultimately, the transfer of troopers lies with me. Okay. Ultimately, our policies, so transfers of troopers at the end of the day comes down, and under statute is under the authority of the superintendent. So the transferring of the colonels ultimately is my decision. That said, moving certain troopers that were involved in that investigation, it ultimately is my decision, and I believe it's the right decision. But that decision was collaborative. That was felt across across multiple levels that we needed to make some changes. So it wasn't, when I got here and started assessing some personnel decisions, putting new commanders, new supervisors in key positions, particularly in Norfolk County, I firmly believe was a decision in the best interest of the Commonwealth, of the citizens of Norfolk County, and the Mass State Police, and I wasn't alone in that decision.
So just based on having covered both of these trials, it's pretty clear that state police, based on their investigation, as well as prosecutors in this case, believed that Karen Reed was responsible for John O'Keefe's death. Do you feel as though state police's performance in that investigation contributed to the lack of conviction at the end of the day?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think anytime when you have a charge that's brought to a defendant, and as the lead investigative agency in this case, which was the Mass State Police has, and you have a case where the jury finds that there's not probable cause to convict, then absolutely the investigative body has to look through that and to say, why did we not give the jurors enough information? Did our mechanisms that we had in play to report that information, was our investigation lacking? So I think we, the state police, have to look in the mirror and say, yeah, what could we have done better? What are areas? And I think in this case, this case obviously was very publicized, so we don't have to look far to really look through that, and then to be focused on moving forward and say, we need to put, what can we have done? But I would just add to that, and to say that the way the state police is operating right now, it's not limited to one particular case.
Right.
Every single event, the way that our management structure is operating right now, we are in a posture right now where everything we do, whether it's a motor vehicle crash investigation, whether it's a security incident or a security event like the Boston fireworks show where we had a huge security presence, or it's a marathon event, or it's any event, we have a management style in place right now in the state police that we are after actioning what we do with the notion that we can do better. So it's that sense of humility that we have to take to look ourselves in the eye across the board and say, yeah, where can we improve? If we're doing things great, that's great. And we are doing things great, and we'll enhance those areas and we'll replicate them. But it's incumbent upon us to ensure, and we have done that, and we will continue to do that, whether it's the trial in Norfolk County or really all of our operations.
So do you feel confident saying now that if a situation like the death of John O'Keefe, something similar were to happen tomorrow, that it would be handled differently by troopers?
I have every bit of confidence sitting here today that if we have an investigation that we're called to today, regardless of the scope, regardless of the complexity, that we have a team of Massachusetts State Police in play. We have the managerial controls in play to ensure that our investigations right now are being done to excellent standards right now.
Eating too much salt causes hypertension, right? Nope. What about too much bacon and red meat? Nope. It's actually...
I want to ask you about Sandra Birch more as well. I know this was also before your time, but it is a case that's now ongoing at the federal level. And it seems as though there was a local investigation, a state police investigation, that ultimately nothing came of that until the feds got involved. And now, local cops.
Question, Julie. Not sure you know the answer.
Where?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please say something aside from that water is wet. Snow is cold. The ground is hard when you fall on it sometimes. Like, he's just stating the obvious. But yes, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. She just said, I want to talk about Sandra Birch more. And then she said, I know that was before your time. Let our audience know who's not from Massachusetts. Where did he come from?
So he is from New Jersey, believe it or not. He is from New Jersey. He did say that he is from Massachusetts. I guess he was born, or I don't know, raised up here at some point. But then he was in New Jersey. He was in charge of the New Jersey State Police and came from their system. Okay. And I can't believe he's a state trooper now, or that he was in charge of the New Jersey State Police. I mean, like, everybody know the movie Drop Dead? Well, okay, I'm not going to make this reference, but you know the movie Drop Dead Gorgeous? There's I forget the guy's name. He was he's an actor, and he very much resembles this guy, where he can't like answer a straight question,
right?
And kind of just like goes back to like the teamwork, and where learn about us and we'll learn about you, and team, and like, what is that? So he said, learn about the Mass State Police, and then they'll do better, I guess. But yeah, so anyways, yeah, so he said that anything like Michael Cox, he's like, well, all this stuff happened before my time, but now that I'm here, I'm gonna fix it with a whole bunch of stuff that we're gonna do, because teamwork makes the dream work. Like he's saying a whole bunch of stuff, but so he so Yeah, I mean, like seriously.
And why?
Are you? Are you? There was a couple actors that could have been him. I don't know which one it was. There was Will Sasso was in that movie. I just looked it up for you.
I want the big bag of little donuts. Yes, I love that movie so much.
Was that Will Sasso that you're talking
about?
Oh,
no. Harold, I know the winner. Yeah,
I'm looking at here. Hang on a second. I'll pull up because it's interesting that you would say that, and we can take a minute from serious crime here just to talk about a movie for a second.
Well, I mean, this is a serious topic because this guy runs the Mass State Police, and the best thing to do is, we're going to have continuing education in 2025.
That's what I mean. That it is a serious topic, so that's why that's why I said we're going to take a break from serious crime just for a second. So does anybody look familiar as to the one that you think said that?
Well, I mean, so I don't know his name. I know the guy's I know. Wait a second. Hang on. Let me click out.
Can you see what I put up here for you to see?
Oh yeah. That's I don't know his name. He's been in a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, he's a guy in the middle. Yep.
Here is it Matt Malloy?
Is that him? Yes, that's it. Yeah.
I hear
his character, he was one of the judges, and he kept talking about like we're gonna judge the girls and the girls and like got really uncomfortable. But like I don't want to compare what the context, excuse me, what they were talking about because it's apples and not appropriate. But like he looks like he's very jittery. But yeah, no, Will Sasso's character in that movie is the best. Are we on cops? On cops?
It looks like his Matt Malloy's character was John Doe.
Yes,
D-O-U-G-H.
Yeah. He's in Will and Grace. I forget who he is in Will and Grace. He's in a bunch of stuff.
Adam West was Adam West. I mean, you gotta love that. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in a long time. Long time. So
that's a great movie.
Yeah, it is a great movie. So anyway, there you go. There's our little bit of a moment of
So that was Colonel Noble. Everybody, that was Colonel. Yeah, we don't need to watch this anymore.
Okay.
That was Colonel Noble. He said a whole bunch of things about nothing. I think he made 1 point, and that was it.
That's really a shame because he had a moment to do something better. So I'm going to show you guys something funny.
That's why I watched the damn thing. I was like, he's in charge of the Mass State Police.
Right.
Let's listen to him. Like everyone else is like, let's dismiss him. I'm like, no, there's some points here. And listen the first time. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like I just heard it the first time. I didn't watch, and I'm like, Jesus. Like watching it now, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This is who we're dealing with. But.
So now, thank you, Julie. Thanks for breaking that down for us. And it's tough to listen to when they don't, when they have an opportunity to do so much more than they choose to do. So,
that's
all right. So we had Ed Byers on tonight talking about all the crime in Indiana, and we talked about the really sad and just preventable death of Francis
Gigliotti.
And Giovanni, and then Giovanni, right?
I know Gigliotti.
Oh, Gigliotti. I'm sorry. Gigliotti. Yes, Francis Gigliotti. I knew that. We put up earlier. And then the female police officer that you just talked about, what was her name again?
Oh, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Yes, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And all these names, too many names in one night. And again, these are just tragic stories, but they're happening. This is happening in our country. And every week when we leave you all on Fridays and we tell you to take care and have a good weekend, and we think maybe next Friday Night Lies will be a little calmer, or maybe we won't have as much content. It just
no.
fails. It just keeps happening. We just keep finding more things to share with you that are just very hard to hear and very hard to deal with. So I'm just going to show you a little clip of something sweet and endearing, but I think we all feel this way sometimes, like this little girl feels. So let me share this with you guys. Let me see if I can get rid of it here and make it bigger.
Is this the Listen Linda lady? Listen, Linda.
No, this is a different one. Okay.
You know who I am. I've been living here for 16 months.
Well, you've been living here for 60 months. You're 5 years.
And I said, Bob, when I grow up to be big, you're gonna know something.
And I hope you told him.
And I said, Bob,
what?
It's either Dad taking him out, and whooping you.
Bob's her little
Or I'm
brother.
gonna tell him that you did the F word.
Okay.
And you said a bad word. And you've been mean to me. And you pushed me off the hill.
Oh my God.
House. Hey, and then I said, I'm gonna tell him that when I was jumping on the couch, you took one of my leg and you tripped me over.
Mm.
How does that sound? And one time I did it to him and I said, oh yeah. I said, you sure remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I grow up, you'll know nothing about me.
But he's your brother. You're supposed to love him.
I said, listen, you have too much words coming out of your mouth.
Listen, you have too much words coming out of your mouth.
If you don't hush, then I'm going to smack your mouth. You don't hush.
Bust that mouth one good time and he'll hush.
And I told Bob, listen. You're a 1-year-old boy. And first of all, you are mean.
Okay.
And I said, you don't even love me. You love Campbell, Oakland, Owen. I said, you don't even play with me that much. You play with Campbell, Oakland, and Owen. That's all you play with. You just play with my friends.
That got deeper, didn't it?
When you bring something cool, you say, oh, that's cool. And I said, it's not cool to you. And I said, you just love me. You play with other kids. And when he gave me his drink, and I said, I'm about to pour it because I took the lid off. I took the lid off it. He said, I just gave me my drink to hold it. Because Paul's over there taking so much space over it. I said, Bob, are you blind? You can put your cup wherever you want to put it.
She looked like she's ready to drop the
Listen.
F-bomb.
You know you can put it?
Where?
At your personality. That's what you need to put it.
Oh my God.
Right, no personality.
Oh boy. Kids these days.
I had to share that with y'all because so you know how this works with live streaming, and we've talked about this before, and I've said it many times that if you're brave enough to live stream, you're brave enough. And there's so much hate going on out there on the social medias with the various live streamers getting in different arguments with other live streamers, and in the Free Karen Read movement and the anti-Free Karen Read movement, and in other areas of the space of the true crime world, people are going at it. The Brian Koberger fractions, where people still believe that he was potentially framed or hired, or they nasty back and forth with people that 100% believe that he's where he should be. And then you could look at any case, any unaliving, and there could be two sides of it, just like with Sarah Eversole missing over here, who you guys know I talk about constantly. There's people that don't believe that the people that were there had anything to do with it, and that somehow she met some other kind of a stranger that night, which makes zero sense, by the way. But there's always going to be two sides to these unalivings and to these cases, and the families are going to pick a side that, like in the John O'Keefe case, most of us didn't agree with the side that the O'Keefes chose to take, but that's their prerogative, that's their right. So today, everything was going smoothly, and then all of a sudden I see that I have a message that says someone replied to your most recent post. So I had posted about our live show tonight that Ed Byers was coming on, and we were going to talk about calling out corruption in Indiana and what he's done there, and that we were going to continue our discussion on all the aftermath that having to do with what's going on right now in Massachusetts with the varying cases and with John O'Keefe. And so it was like all the posts I always make, invite everybody to come, please join us. Well, this one person who will remain nameless, he says he's a man, but we don't know in social media if it's a woman, a man, a bot, who knows. But he came after me pretty hard today, and he said that I was an amateur and that I should keep my opinion to myself. And then he went on to say that I'm a shit stirrer and I'm not doing anybody any good with these episodes, and I'll never watch your effing show. And then he told me to go F myself, and it was quite something. And so all I could do was think of I had seen this video a couple days ago, and I thought, oh, I got to go find that video. I just need to play that right now so I don't freaking lose my mind and get all upset about this complete stranger who doesn't even know me, who thinks he has the right to say, go F yourself. Like, what is your problem, dude? So then I find out that he's on this string quite a bit in the Free Karen Reed Facebook group, and he's been going after other women. Because then, of course, I did my research. I did my due diligence, which he doesn't seem to think I'm capable of doing, and found out that he's been kind of harassing and picking on other women. So I may have to go on there tomorrow and try to see if the admin can boot him out, because he was being rude and crude and nasty to several other women who just had opinions about the case. And he professes to be a Free Karen Reed person, which maybe he's not. Maybe he's an anti who's in there to stir shit and do nefarious activities, right? So that's why I wanted to play the little girl for you, because I think we've all felt that way at one time or another with a friend or a family member or a coworker. Like, you're spending all your time with all my friends. You're not paying any attention to me, Bob. You're hanging out with Amanda and Jessica, and don't tell me that we haven't all felt that way one way or another. But especially right now in this climate of everything that's going on with the different fractions just being nasty and rude and crude. Guys, everybody has an opinion about true crime. Everybody has an opinion about a specific case and a specific victim that all of us are advocating for, or a person that we feel unalive them and that you don't feel did. So it's not that you're not advocating for the person that died. You're just advocating against us advocating for who we think did it, because you don't think that person did it. But that doesn't mean that you should dox someone or try to put out where they live or where they're from, or make any kind of idle threats towards their family or any other of the crap that's going on. It's just so egregious, and it's just wrong. I mean, we're all supposed to be here to care about families and victims of crime and getting justice and rooting out the crime in our police departments and in our government. So why is everybody doing this, Julie? Why do you think there's just so much nonsense going on out there on social media?
People are assholes. Can you share my screen? A screen. I want to.
That's it's just like, bring it right to the house. People are assholes. That's it.
I wanna make a point with this, and maybe this will help kind of settle, or if anything, it'll, I don't know, shed some light. So this happened this week, where this guy right here is the Suffolk County Sheriff. That is the federal courthouse. That's Uncle Joe's house. This guy was indicted for not good stuff, and he is out front of the federal courthouse. So let's take a look here.
Extortion charges today. The FBI arrested Tompkins in Florida after an investigation into his dealings with a Boston-based cannabis company.
His lawyer, who also represented Karen Reed, is sharing a message with the public, as WBZ's Christina Rex shows us.
Remember, he's presumed innocent.
Suffolk County Sheriff Steve Tompkins pleads not guilty to 2 counts of extortion in a federal courthouse Thursday. This is the first time Tompkins has shown his face publicly since he was indicted in early August. Sheriff, anything you want to say to people who voted for you?
Why don't you resign?
Any plans to resign? No comment from Tompkins himself. He's accused of pressuring an executive at a local cannabis company to sell him shares before the company went public, in exchange for using his role as sheriff to help the company get licensed. Prosecutors have not named the company, but public documents reveal Tompkins worked closely with Ascend Cannabis at the time, which has a location in Boston. Tompkins wrote letters to the commission about his partnership and support of the franchise.
Some people who are innocent.
This guy right here, that's Marty Weinberg. That is Karen's appeals attorney who went to the federal courthouse. That is the sheriff. This is out front of Uncle Joe's house. And as you will see, this is the front door. This is how you come out of the courthouse when you're inside the courthouse. And you walk out here, and there's the back door in case you, like some people go out the back door. But as I showed you guys when I went to Uncle Joe's house, there's really nowhere to walk unless you walk like down the street, because or unless you jump in the harbor and you swim away. You have to kind of like, if you are stationed over here on this side, you can see what's going on in the front door, on the end of the street, and on the side here. See how this guy came out front and then gave a press conference? Just keep that in mind.
Get charged. Mistakes are made.
Tompkins' lawyer, Martin Weinberg, says his client is innocent of all charges, which come with a penalty of up to 40 years in prison.
The sheriff wants to thank the people that have sent him messages of support, and there have been many such people. For those that doubt, we ask them.
That's Uncle Joe's house. That's the front door. That's the little thing. That's the corner where right down here is the parking spot. And right down here is parking lot. So you walk, so you could see all the way down here to the harbor, and you could see all the way down here to that's and that's the other side of the courthouse. Is the street over here. So if you're standing over here, you could see any type of egress route.
To reserve judgment.
See how they
Tompkins resigned from his role on the Board of Trustees at Roxbury Community College, but he remains the Suffolk County Sheriff when he's up for re-election in 2028.
The allegations that are in front of Sheriff Tompkins are troubling.
Todd McGee is a former state trooper and law enforcement expert and says there's good reason for Tompkins to step down.
It's unfortunate.
Look at that. Todd McGee is at Uncle Joe's house. See that corner right there? That's where I sat watching. You can see right down there. And there's NBC 10. And there's everybody else. Everybody's out here talking when this guy went to court.
Suffolk County sheriffs have
I'm
come a
making
long line of really upstanding leaders
look at all the
and have
cameras.
always held that position in high regard.
Sheriff Tompkins was released and he'll be back in court for his next hearing on October 16th.
Right there is where you can see. You can see down here, and then you can see down there. Nice clear. They block it off.
Yeah. Now, he could be removed from his position as sheriff if the state's highest court decides to remove him. That would happen if they were petitioned either by the governor or the attorney general. I reached out to both the governor and attorney general and did not hear back. In Boston, Christina Rex, WBZ News.
Okay, why did I go through all this great detail to show you Uncle Joe's house, the federal courthouse, and federal attorneys, and federal this and that? And you see Christina Rex here, and you saw WHGH Channel 7, Sue BC, NBC 10, all those guys around there. Well, this guy went into court to plead not guilty, and then came out and he got all these questions from people. Know when that didn't happen? That didn't happen when the federal grand juror went in not once, but twice. She did not come out this front door. She did not come out the back door. She did not walk all the way around. So just remember.
Interesting.
Feds are up to something.
Yeah, that's very interesting. MCAT says, why would he have an appellate attorney?
Oh no, so he is a federal attorney. It just happens that they had to appeal to the federal court. So that's the type of work that he does in the federal court.
Thank you, MCAT. Good question.
So that's that. So everybody who's fucking around online, remember, stuff's still going on. So
yes, let's be careful.
So people want to be assholes and tell people to go fuck themselves. Well, guess what?
Let's everyone be very, very careful. So a couple of our subscribers and friends, Social Change Warriors friends and friends of ours for life now, have been following this case for a while. And this is the sad, and most of you know about this because it's just national news, and it's been in the national news off and on since 2014. So it's a very rare, bizarre unaliving of this this very intelligent, smart man and father, Dan Markle. So in case you're new to this and you don't know about what happened to Dan, maybe you don't live anywhere near Florida, or you just don't like paying a lot of attention to true crime until recently. Dan Markle was unalived in Tallahassee, Florida back in 2014. And I moved to Florida in 2009, and there have been famous cases that I have since I've lived here. There was Casey Anthony. There have been so many just very sad, bizarre, cases of unaliving, most of them having to do with domestic violence, either man on woman or woman on man. And so I would follow them because of my past involvement with law enforcement. And I went back to get my master's degree in social work, focusing in on domestic violence survival in 2014. That's when I started. So this case really, upset me and disturbed me. It was the reverse of what we're used to. 85% of women that are killed are killed by someone they know. And of that percentage, 64%, 65% are their husbands or their spouses or boyfriends. So this was a complete reversal on what we're used to. This was the 15% where the woman unalives the man in a domestic violence or in a M word and S word, where they unalive their spouse and then they unalive themselves, which there was another case of that this past week. And so this was shocking because it's like one of those, it's like that song. Shauna loves music, so she's always sharing music with us. It's like that song. It's like rain on your wedding day. It's the free ride, but you already paid. Remember that song?
Alanis Morissette, ironic.
Yes, thank you. It's the good advice, that you just didn't take, because Dan Markle was a professor, a law professor at Florida State University, and his wife, Wendy Adelson, was also a professor at Florida State, and they had 2 children. They were living what many would consider an idyllic life because they were supposedly happily married, 2 sons, family surrounding both of them. They were religious. They had their religion. They were both of the Jewish faith, and they both had great jobs. So there was obviously not a lot of monetary worries in their life. And you're thinking, what could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Well, most of you that have now been following the untimely death and tragic death of the M word of Dan, a lot went wrong. And so it's
Donna
really
went wrong.
Oh, just everything went wrong. So it was, like I said, so let me just give you this little blurb here that I got off the internet, which explains it. I can read it quicker than I could, say it to you myself. Paraphrase. I'm just going to read it straight from the article. As of August 2025, 4 individuals have been convicted in the case. So Charlie Adelson, as you guys know, Wendy's brother and Markle's former brother-in-law, he was convicted of first-degree M-word, conspiracy to commit M, and solicitation of M, and sentenced to life in prison. So that his trial was, what was that, 4 years ago now, or 3 years ago? Plus he got an additional 30 years for each of the conspiracy and solicitation convictions. So, I mean, he's just, he's in prison for the rest of his life.
Oh, was that Charlie? Yeah, that was what, 2 years ago, I think? Yeah,
I think it was 2 or 3 years, right, 2 or 3. But think about it. I mean, that's how long that took. So for those of us that get frustrated and we don't think that there's justice coming, like for Sarah Ebersol, she's been missing 2.5 years, and a lot of the other cases we're following for the unalivings, their families don't feel like they're getting justice. But look at how long this took. I mean, for them to get Charlie, that was almost 10 years late, 8 years later, 2014 to 2023. Yep. So, right. So we always have to keep the faith that the bad guys will get caught. So then Sigfrido Garcia, he was found guilty of first-degree M and conspiracy to commit M and sentenced to life in prison. That was prior, because they were able to arrest him first. And then Catherine, I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name, but I think it's
Magbanua. Yeah.
Magbanua. Thank you, Julie. She was, her original trial was a mistrial, and then she was found guilty as well in the second trial of first-degree murder, conspiracy to get M, and solicitation in her retrial, sentenced to life in prison. So then you have Luis Riviera, and he pled guilty to second-degree M and was sentenced to 19 years. Now, he is testified, was it today? I think it was today.
Yeah, he testified at the end of the day today.
Yeah, so I pulled that up for us.
You can hear his chains.
We can take a peek of that. Yeah, so when you think about how the Karen Reed situation, how it captivated the nation once it got steamrolling, captivated the world. Can you imagine if there would have been the social media that we have now, and the YouTubers law tubers that we have now, and all of the content creators that we have now back in 2014? Because this case is nuts. I mean, it equally has as many nefarious, kind of bizarre characters, look out, Tanner, as anything that has happened in the Karen Reed trial. And if you think about it, there just wasn't that much going on yet in 2014. I mean, Facebook had only been around about maybe 8 years at that point. Twitter X had just started in 06, 07, something like that. So, I mean, this when this first all went down, there wasn't a lot of court cases really being shown outside of court TV. So you can't help but wonder what this would have been like had it been now instead of back then. But it's really an unbelievable tragedy, and how in the world, how a normal family, everything appears normal from all outside appearances, and how they could just go down this dark rabbit hole of crime and corruption. It felt like relatively fast, right, Julie?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that for
I
This
said
worker-
it's kind of hard to believe that 1 minute they appear to be a normal family. They're professors, they have children, they have families,
Oh,
they
yeah,
have
yeah,
normal,
yeah.
they have normal lives, and then all of a sudden, bang, boom, Dan. They hire someone to unalive Dan, and there's this corruption plot hatched, and he's unalived, and then they don't know who did it, and it's kind of it becomes this huge mystery case, and then it was in the media, obviously quite a bit back in 14, 15, and 16. But how does this happen? How does this happen? I mean, career criminals.
We found out today, and it probably came up in the other court cases that because they kept asking why are they around so much cash? What are they doing? Are they running stuff? Like, what's going on? It came out that they offered discount for cash, so they always had a lot of cash on hand, because it seemed like Charlie was had the exotic adventurous spirit, to put nicely, where he would go on these extracurricular vacations, to put in the most PC friendly terms. And it seemed like Donna and the father were like, I don't think it just started I don't think one day they just woke up and was like, oh, you know what we'll do? We'll call the guy down the street and we'll have the situation taken care of. Bing, bang, boom, no problem. I think they just watched too much television. I think that they were just so used to oh, don't worry about it. We're white people. It's fine. Just blame it on the brown ones. Like South Park did an episode where they brought up all these cases. It's the suspect is some Puerto Rican guy, and who was the one? I think it was Casey Anthony or something like that. And it was who did that to your children? Oh, you know what? The same thing. Some Puerto Rican guy did this, and it's this ongoing joke where it's we'll just blame it on the brown ones. We're white people. What's the worst that could happen? We'll just say some brown guy did it. We're in Florida, so there you go. And everything went tits up, and that's it. I couldn't tell what they were doing today, because it seemed like part of it they were going to blame Harvey, they were going to blame Charlie, and then all of a sudden it's no, it's Wendy, and both sides seem to be okay with that, where it's yeah, Wendy was the one who wanted all this done. It's oh, that's an
I caught that. I caught that little part of it where Donna's
don't do crime, people. Don't do crime. If you're thinking about doing something like this or whatever it is, it always goes tits up. You won't get away with just work it out. Go count to 10, go get couples counseling, or just move to a different state for some time. Don't do this. This poor bastard, 41 years old, two degrees from Harvard, and his poor parents today.
Yeah.
Ugh, it's heartbreaking. They kept showing them, and his father, I felt for his father, just sitting there with his baby boy, 10 years has gone by, but still his son.
Yeah.
You make it to Harvard. Again, I'm from, Boston. The sun rises and sets according to Harvard University to me. So that's just heartbreaking. But you can see it all over their faces.
Yeah, thank you, MCAT. She says, I've watched all 4 trials and started to Donna today, obsessed with this case. Yeah, and so I've followed it all along too, but we've never, it wasn't. I didn't start live streaming until after Charlie was already convicted, and then Donna's case just started. So I'm definitely wanting and willing to talk about this on Friday Night Lives a little bit every Friday, and in any way you guys want us to take a look at it, I'm happy to, because I like I said, I followed it right from the beginning because it was just so egregious to me. And like what Julie just said, don't do this at home, don't. But it's just hard to fathom. There's a case that just happened. The woman and when I first saw it, I thought maybe it was man on woman again, because the percentages are so high that it is. So they didn't know if the wife unalived the husband or if the husband unalived the wife, because the 2 little children were killed as well, were M-worded as well. And they're living in this beautiful neighborhood did you hear about that one, Julie?
Yeah, the one in New Hampshire, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're just in this beautiful neighborhood, obviously upper middle class. He was a psychologist. And what was her occupation? I haven't looked into.
I don't know. I don't know anything. I think they just released their names
it's all.
But I know that she was having some issues with depression, and
he was
had some issues. I didn't know he was a psychiatrist or psychologist or.
Yes, he was a school psychologist.
Oh.
And And she was having having a lot of issues with depression, but and it was also allegedly, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but allegedly he had been diagnosed with a brain tumor. So they're saying she was under an.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's it. Yes, because because she was. That's right, because she had some issues. That's what it was. I'm sorry, she had issues with depression because she was taking care of the husband. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah.
Right. There was
And
just
they had
some
3 kids, and two of them didn't. 2 of them were, and one made it. So.
Wait a minute. One made it?
Well, there were 4 that were KLO, and there was one that was a survivor.
Oh, I thought that was the different case.
The one in New Hampshire?
No, I thought she unalived both their children. There were only 2 children.
I thought there were 3.
Well, I think there's another case where one of the children.
Jesus Christ. Well, there's another one in New Hampshire because OB was talking about the husband and wife who I guess did some trauma to a baby, like a friggin' baby, and they just got arrested. And I was like, wait, because there's another one up in New Hampshire too. Like, I don't know what's going on in New Hampshire. There's another one up in New Hampshire where something like that just happened up there too. So
there's all kinds
of going on up there.
There's crazy stuff going on everywhere. This couple, well, let's finish with this, because honest to God, there's been one thing after the other the last 2 weeks again with domestic violence in families. It's just atrocious. So let me pull this up. Hang on a second. Go back to it.
You think so, Kat? Blame it on Jeff. He likes to talk. He's a talker.
He's a talker. All right.
What your home looks like from space? Enter your address and get a 360-degree satellite view of your home right now. See your city.
Creepy. The judge got mad at him today too.
Yeah.
He was not a happy camper.
So you're close to that microphone.
Kat says, I think Adelson's had the attitude, throw money at the problem. Yeah, but to unalive someone is just egregious and a whole different level of sociopathic. So I wonder who this young gentleman is here. He looks like he's in high school, maybe college. He's in like the area of reserved area for families, but I highly doubt Wendy's sons would be there.
Yes, sir.
So I don't think that's one of Wendy's sons, because I don't think she would have brought them to court.
You may examine.
No.
Sir, please
I mean,
introduce yourself.
supposedly she was there today.
Luis Rivera.
She was.
Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
the state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
If you can speak up, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Rivera.
What was your sentence on the second degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
Cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me?
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
And even back then when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
Eating too much salt causes hypertension, right? Nope. What about too much bacon and red meat? Nope. It's actually
Exactly,
calcium buildup that.
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you?
Also, I don't know if you guys saw that pop up on the right-hand side of the screen, but one of the Menendez brothers had his parole hearing yesterday, and it was declined. And I can't remember which one it was, and the other one I think was supposed to go today.
Yeah.
Anybody here?
Eric was the younger one. Eric was yesterday, and Lyle was supposed to be today. I don't know what happened because the news has been crazy today.
Right. I know. We were preparing for this, so I really didn't have a chance to look into that. But he was denied. And then I'm assuming, I don't know. I don't know if they stated that Eric was denied, not so much because of the crime, but because of his behavior in prison.
Yeah, he's been doing bad stuff.
He's been having contraband snuck into him and all kinds of stuff. So maybe Lyle, maybe he wasn't doing that. I don't know. So I guess, I don't know if anybody wants to Google that for us real quick while we continue listening to what this convicted felon has to say. I can do it too, but that just popped up on my side screen when I was skipping the commercial.
You to be involved in the murder.
Well, I got it from my friend, Dudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Morally bankrupt. That's where we're at with these people.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay. And did you understand that you were
that's
killing the
interesting.
father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, IPs, whatever you want to call him.
All right. So Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about them. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
Unbelievable. If this happens.
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think total would be like 100, something like that.
Okay. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? It's what you got.
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto Garcia,
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
It's just so shocking, isn't it, to hear? It's just so cold and just devoid of any kind of humanity. Makes me sick, doesn't it?
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phone.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah,
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little nervous because I have no clue what's about to happen, but this could either be a total disaster or the world's greatest magic trick.
Objection, States 44.
Objection.
Introduce States 44, Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing States 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia,
And this?
Katie,
Who's that?
my baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
Thank you, Kathy. Kathy says Eric and Lyle were both
At the
denied.
time of the murder.
Wow.
Yeah, I was just
Katie
checking
with
that.
Dennis,
I couldn't-
was Katie with
They didn't have
Garcia?
updates.
Yeah. thank
That
you,
makes
Kathy.
sense.
Both.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
Katie.
I can't really remember.
Everything
It's
goes
small.
through
But
Katie.
one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck.
Okay, so Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38.
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
so rivetingly painful for his
On that
parents
first
and
trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
So, Kathy wrote, let's see here. Let me go back up here a second. Here we go. So Kathy wrote, Eric, because his actions in prison, including affiliating with the prison gang and having a cell phone. Yep, I saw that yesterday, Kath, that he was getting contraband in the form of a cell phone in violation of the rules, showed he was a risk to the public safety. And then did they say why Lyle was denied? And then MCAT says, I completely disagree with CA on that. I think they should be released, and contraband brought into prison is on the prison security. So in my opinion, yeah. So what do you mean by that, MCAT? You think that they always knew that he had a cell phone? They let him have it because they knew he had it. So why are they basically blaming that as the only reason for not giving him his parole? Is that where you're going with that? I'm guessing by what you said there, that contraband run into prison is on the prison security. Is it always though? Right? I mean, don't they get some things smuggled in that they don't find out about, that the prisoners only know about, and then they sell stuff to each other? And I mean, I am by no means an expert on prison behavior and what goes on there with the contraband. But it's a tough one. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. I mean, I mean, they could be eligible again in 3 years. I read, I read yesterday that Eric could be eligible in 3 years. I don't know what they ended up saying about Lyle, but I mean, you know, they brutally M-worded their parents. And if you believe that there was, you know, abuse going on and they were abused, that, you know, obviously that's understandable, and they've been in prison a long time, but it does scare me a little bit that they had that. I mean, there's plenty of people that are abused and they don't unalive the abuser. They suffer until the abuser unalives them, or they suffer until the abuser gets caught and they don't unalive the abuser. So, you know, it is scary that they had that ability and that potential to do to kill them in the way that they did, take them out in the way that they did. Kathy says, yeah, Kathy says Lyle had a cell phone too. Haven't heard more on him yet. And then Shauna says COs bring in contraband. Can't say with them specifically, but they absolutely do. Okay, go ahead, Julie.
Oh yeah, with the Menendez. I mean, I go back and forth. I mean, like, yeah, okay, it was horrible. And like more came out, it was like, yeah, they were doing it, and that was the excuse. But the excuse that they used is saying like, well, they were planning on doing us, and so we did them in, and then they went with the father was horrible to us, and I mean, from all accounts, it really does seem like he did some horrible stuff, and so that's the case.
Yeah.
Why do all the extra stuff afterwards? But then also, what I mean, you did it to the father and say, okay, I'm protecting myself. I'm defending my life because this person's doing horrible things to me, and I'm afraid. I fear for my life. Why do the mother though? Like, you did that to your mother in cold blood. Like, okay, like the father, like, okay, fine, we'll, you know, push him off. Why the mother? Like, okay, I get it. She wasn't the nicest person, and she, you know, went along with it. But like, you could have just gone away. You think, like, I don't know. It just seems like they did it to the mother in cold blood, and then you say, like, okay, well, you know, they've already served. They've served 32 years, I think. Yeah. 30 yeah. Or like close to 30 years. And like, well, right. That's a sentence for manslaughter. They were charged as a youthful offender. They should be out. But if they can't, but like, I get the parole, the issue with parole, which is if you're smuggling shit into the cell, you're breaking rules, which means that like rules don't apply to you. Like, I get that they're doing a good job, and like, you know, good for them. Like they're making the most of it, and they're, you know, doing stuff. But if they still have that attitude of like, you know, like, F you, I'm rich, you know, screw you. And like, I get they're like, well, they're rich. People looked at them like this and that. Like, Well, but they kind of act like assholes. So, like, I go back and forth. Like, all right, I'm compassionate, but like especially the oldest one. Like, he seems like a psychopath who's like a cold. I don't know about the young one, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean,
One more
maybe
time.
if they want to be considered for parole, like you said, they have served pretty much a full sentence for manslaughter. Then don't break the rules for a couple years. Show the parole board that you mean business, that you truly do want to get out and prove that you can live in society and help, give back to other victims of domestic violence, of child abuse. My guess is they blame their mother for not stopping it. I mean,
well, I think that's why. I think that's why when they said like, well, you were just as involved. Like, okay, so you had to go to that length. Like, okay, like if you're like it's not like I don't want to say like it's a slight inconvenience because this is a horrible, heavy situation.
Mm-hmm.
But like they had money, and like I get that, like, okay, they dangled it over there, whatever it was, but like you do that and not have any emotions whatsoever and go out and party and like whatever.
They're actually twins, Shauna.
No. Lyle's the oldest.
Oh,
they're
I thought
I think, what, 3 years apart.
Oh, okay. For some reason, when Shauna said they're twins, I thought they were too. And then Kitty MCAT says Kitty Menendez knew what the father was doing. So she was committing a crime as well. So, party to a crime. If she knew what was going on and didn't stop it and didn't turn him in, then, she's just as bad as he was. So, yeah, I mean, I feel obviously
it's tough. Like what do you do in a situation like that? Like, yeah, okay, it was horrible. But then like your solution to that was blast them in the face with a shotgun until they're unrecognizable. You want that in society? Like what, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. Well, they were obviously so damaged by what was happening to them, rightly so, by all the abuse, that they were capable of getting rid of their parents in a violent way. So that's very concerning, to put them back out in society. And if I don't know, it's a real tough one. I mean, I've always said I believe in rehabilitation. So if the counselors there believe that they're rehabilitated from their horrors and from committing this violent act, and if they feel that way, then I'll agree with them. And then we just, see what happens when they're out in the real world after they've served that long of a time. They've literally spent their entire adult life in prison.
Well, that's the other thing too, is that they're so institutionalized. Like, what do you do? Like, just stick them in like a halfway house and just like,
there has to, right. No, great point. Great point. I mean, there has to be some transitioning, and I don't believe we have enough transitioning from prison out to society. And that's why there's such a high recidivism rate.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you institutionalize someone for that long, whether it be 10, 15 or 20 years, and then just say, okay, you see it in movies, right? They give you back your stuff that they took from you, and the guy's putting on his wallet and he's sticking change in his pockets, and then he's walking out the prison gate and they open the door and say, see ya. And then somebody from the family's there to pick you up. It seems cruel, right?
Look what happened to Brooks in Shawshank Redemption, right?
Yeah.
Brooks was right. There you go.
Yeah, it seems very cruel just to say, here you go, society, boom, out the door you go. Cruel to both society and to the person, because it just doesn't make sense in a lot of ways that we don't have any kind of transition from institutionalization, prison, to back to the real world.
Yep.
And that's why we have such high recidivism rates in this country. We just don't do a good job of it. Oh, okay. Shauna said they are. I thought fraternal twins. Well,
No.
let's solve it.
No, Lyle's the oldest one, and Eric is. I want to say they're 2 years apart.
Let's see here. I can see why you would think that, because they look so much alike. But Lyle is older than his brother Eric. Lyle was born on January 10th of 1968, making him roughly 3 years older than Eric, who was born on November 27th, 1970. So Eric is the younger, Lyle is the older. And yeah, so, but you can see, because they do look so much alike, I can see why people thought, might have thought that they were twins. But it's it's just it's a tough one. It's a tough moral, issue. But once they serve time, anybody who does something wrong and they've committed a crime, and once they serve their time, then they're released and they've served their debt to society, and then people in their families, or who's ever left of their families, has to help them get back out into the world and figure out how to help them survive, because it's tough to get hired as a convicted felon. And how do you support yourself? You have to get a job, you have to find a place to live. And if you don't have family or friends that are willing to help you, that's where all the recidivism comes back into play. So it's really ridiculous. MCAT says, I think I hate the mother more. Oh yeah, I don't know. I can't. I think they both get equal hate for me, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, anybody that abuses their child to that extent, and then the father or the mother watches or participates or knows but does nothing, it's just sort of equal hate for me. But I get your point. I totally see your point. MCAT says it would be difficult for them to transition, but I think they could. Yeah, well, I think they've got a lot of family support behind them, MCAT. So their transition would definitely be easier than maybe somebody who wouldn't have family support, or whose parents died while they were in prison, or don't have anybody waiting for them on the other side. It's a tough topic. So, well, my goodness, we sure did cover a lot tonight. I didn't get a chance to, I think we pretty much covered everything that we wanted to go over, but I didn't get a chance to go over Brian Kohlberger, and I'll just make a mention to it. I'll talk more about this next Friday Night Lies, but he's been complaining, filing, complaints about not getting his full plate of food that he ordered. And he's claiming that his nutritional value is decreasing every day and he's not getting enough food. So he wrote in a complaint for that. And then he filed some other issue regarding his civil rights. So there's a lot going on with him, and there's been more coming out now with they've been releasing the body cam footage. So we're going to spend some time next Friday Night Lies, at least an hour, going over what's been going on since he admitted that he did this atrocity to these 4 amazing students in Idaho. So we'll take a look at that. We'll carve out a good hour and a half for that next Friday Night Lies, because there has been some more interesting information coming out that really is bizarre. So I found something that was very sad. I just want to share it with you, but it's also very, very poignant. I'm going to put it up bigger so you can see it. This was a photo that was taken in 1954, and it depicts a couple, and they're on the beach. This is Hermosa Beach, California, which is just to the south of Santa Monica. Most of you know where Santa Monica is, the Santa Monica Pier. Hermosa Beach is just to the south of that, near Redondo Beach, and it's in this little curvature that they call the kind of the South Bay. And this picture was taken by a photojournalist who just happened to have a house on the beach, and he just happened to be looking out, it was his day off, and he saw this couple and he thought they looked very upset and very worried. And so let me try to, hang on a second. I'm going to share my screen with you. I want to try to pull this up so you can see a little bit better, because it's very sad and beautiful, and everything all at once that you could imagine. Hang on a second. I just have to go to my other tab before I can pull it up. So what happened is that their child, the mom took her eye off the baby just for like a second. It wasn't like any real long amount of time. It probably was for a minute, or 2. Anybody who has kids or grandkids who has babysat anybody's kids knows how quickly a child can just be gone out of your sight. And so this child apparently wandered off. They lived right on the beach. So the child wandered out of their yard that was facing the beach and ended up, there we go. There's a much better picture for you. Let me share my screen with you. I just had to go on I shared it on my Facebook page. So let me go to my Facebook page, and then it'll be a little bit better for you to see than what's in the deck. So I think you can see that a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit better. I don't think I can get rid of all of the surrounding Facebook stuff though, unfortunately. But so he just happened to take this and didn't know what he was taking, but he thought they looked upset and distressed. And you can see that the man's looking out towards the water, and she's got a look of no, she just looks like she's saying, no, you can't do that. And she's grabbing his arm, and he wants to go back into this water, into this surf, because they think their child is in the water. And so it's terrible. It turned out that this man actually ended up winning a Pulitzer Prize in photography for this photo. And a lot of people weren't happy about this photo, probably back then. And then now when it resurfaced and it's been making its rounds around social media, a lot of people had a lot to say about it. And, some people were saying this is terrible. He took advantage of these people in their worst possible moment. Their son is missing, presumed drowned. And how could he do that? But he didn't know he was doing it. He just saw them. And as a photojournalist, he was just like compelled to take this picture. And then it was not till 10 days later that it was found out that the child did pass away and was found, had drowned. And then it ended up making this national news. And then his photo ended up receiving a Pulitzer Prize. So I just ran across that, and it just kind of struck me as how quickly life changes, how quickly tragedy can happen. One second you're doing fine, everybody's doing fine in your family or in your life or your friends, and then the next second you're getting a phone call. And it just really makes you think and appreciate the life that you have. And it makes me want to advocate more for those whose family members have been unalived by someone else, or care more about people who have had such terrible tragedies, because we all need to care about each other. We all need to be community members and stick up for each other and care about each other. We can live in our little silos once in a while to protect ourselves and try to just be as happy as we can every day and live every life to the fullest. But there's a little piece of us that needs to care about others. And some of us that have the ability to do activism and live streaming and advocacy, if we can do it, we have to do it, because it just takes a village, right?
Yep.
So, well, that's all we have for tonight. We will have a few more things to other advocacy that we've been doing to give you updates on, I'm sure, by next week. Sadly there will be more, there'll always be true crime, and that it's tough to say and it's sad, but it's just always going to be part of our lives, because humans aren't perfect, and we have humans among us that are evil, that will take the life of someone else. And listening to the testimony, and we'll show more of that next week too. We'll save some time to do more of the trial as well, because I do want to go over Wendy's testimony. Did she testify? Is she coming up Monday, or was that today?
No, I think she's going to be there Monday.
Yeah. So we'll definitely go over that, because it's a fascinating case if you're just looking at it purely as an outsider, but horrific for his parents, that his life, had such a wonderful career, and so ironic that he studied the actual, he studied the prisons, the system. He studied the system of judicial punishment, and that was his one of his thesis was on that. It's just so ironic that, and she was a lawyer and dealt with family, what's best for families. And yet her family participated in unaliving her husband. It's so shocking that you can't even believe it. And hearing that, the suspect, the now convicted Luis Rivera, just talk about it like that, and in that kind of cold, almost like devoid of any emotion, like he feels nothing. And I think for them to have done that, the three of them to be willing to accept money like that and just take someone's life who they didn't even know, who never did anything to hurt them, that is some extra level of evil that's just beyond me, that I can't fathom it. I have a hard time even wrapping my head around it. It literally makes me feel sick. And it's just a different level than what happens in domestic violence. At least you have somebody who's not well in the head, who's lost their ability to discern where their relationship is at and what they can do to fix it or not fix it. And they unalive themselves. Well, they unalive their partner than themselves, maybe their children, like what we, heard of going on in New Hampshire, or they just unalive their spouse and then they hide her, like, Barry Morphew. And they found Suzanne, thank God, but they still haven't found Suzanne Clark Simpson, and her husband is in jail, Brad Simpson. And I mean, you can sort of figure those out because they're crimes of passion and they involve domestic situations. But people like this who just take money, murder, M-word for hire, it's sick. It's just so horrible and so sick. And it's just a whole different level of evil. So my. So we, those of us that like to follow true crime and watch trials and hope for justice and like to advocate for those who are, feel some type of emotion about advocating for those who have been unalived by someone else and wanting to stand for their families. It's a special calling. There's no doubt. So I appreciate all of you so much that want to pay attention to the content that I produce and that Julie and I produce on Fridays, and what we decide to follow and the families that allow us to follow their tragedies. And we're grateful for that because we have a calling for it. And those of you that are with us, you have a calling for it as well. So we really appreciate all of you. Any last words for yet another Friday Night Lies is in the books?
Yes, two things. One is there's still a big week next week. There's Proctor Civil Service. I don't remember I keep wanting
26th. Is it the 26th?
Yeah, that's 26. So
Yeah.
he's going in. It's going to be part one. It's going to be divided up, and this is going to be won't be able to see it, but if someone reports it, they will be able to. Now, the last time Melanie Little was able to take it off of her screen and do old-fashioned reporting, Grant's done stuff like that before, where he holds the phone up and says what they're saying. I mean, that worked wonderful whenever we did that. Do that. We don't need to see all the, bells and whistles, whatever, but if somebody reports what's going on, beautiful. We can all, whatever that is. So that's happening this week. Then Thursday, 2:00 in Dedham, Roll and Co. are back to figure out what's going on with the federal stuff. There was, I thought they came back with the full motion to dismiss. Motion for dismiss for count 1, murder in the first degree, has been denied for Brian Walsh. So far, I mean, the trial looks like it's still on track to happen in October. So, and they want to keep to that schedule. Both sides want to keep that schedule. They just want as much discovery as possible. It seems like they're getting closer and closer to that. So that came in, that was denied. The second part wasn't denied because the feds are still going back and forth. We'll find more about that on Thursday. So there's stuff going on, and then whatever happens throughout the week, because there's always shit that happens throughout the week. I went over Proctor's IA statement. It's just basically what we saw in trial and what we saw in the interviews, where he cries about how he's the victim. Everything was so sad. He felt so angry because a fellow police officer fell down and it was down, and he wanted to do that, and that's why he was so emotional, and he just couldn't help himself. It was like, well, why are you a cop? But like some other stuff came out of that too. It was basically like what happened on the stand. But second thing I want to say is that I heard today, and I hope that this is a hoax or farce or like a big funny, is that someone is going down to Tallahassee to go watch the Adelson trial in person. Now, I've been to Tallahassee because I have my family in Tallahassee. It's a different place. It's not Dedham. It's not Karen Reed and all the funsies around here. If that's like, I hope it's a funny, like, oh, making a joke. I don't think it's gonna, like, I saw the faces of the Markel family, and it was like, oh my God, I hope that that's not true. Like I hope it's just like a big funny, like, oh, like going down to go see Kathy for the weekend in New York City. Like, I hope it's just a bit funny.
MCAT just said Jimmy. Is that something that you're talking about?
Yeah, Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy said that today. He said, like, oh, I'm going to Tallahassee. And like he's been on this, like, ever since he sat down with Kathy Gossip Room and Innuendo, who, by the way, did a phenomenal breakdown of this whole entire trial in 3 parts. Go check it out on our website, on YouTube.
Who is that, Julie?
Oh, Kathy from Gossip Rumor and Innuendo. She does like 15-minute breakdowns of like a whole bunch of trials, and like she's been on Melanie. She went on Jimmy to talk about Kathy Reed. Kathy Reed. She went on to talk about Karen Reed, and she was just on with Jimmy to talk about the Adelson trial. And she did a phenomenal breakdown. She's very funny, and she did 3 parts, and it's on her website. I watched I listened to the first part, and like it's very good.
So Jimmy says he wants to go to the courthouse.
He said he is going this weekend. He'll be there Monday. Be there next week. Like, he's gonna be there. So I hope it's a big funny. Because it's not like it's not like I understand. Like, okay, like it's not what you're gonna like. It's not what you expect. And it's the South, like Florida. It's Tallahassee.
Oh, but Tallahassee.
Oh, God, please just stay. Just be funny. Like, oh, sorry guys, I was just pulling your leg.
Tallahassee's a college. Tallahassee's a college town. And this is not Florida's not the South. Okay, I'm going to stick up for Florida for a minute here because I've lived here for a long time, and I did move away for a while. I went out to LA and lived for a year, and then I moved back to Madison for 3 years. So I have perspective, and now I've been back here for 5 years. Florida's not the South. Florida is Florida. It's its complete own entity, and it's a mix of all kinds of people, races, religions. People from all over the country, the world live here in Florida. There's Floridians. I live on a block with a lot of them, and they are Floridians. They are not Southerners. They are not from the South. So I just want to clear that up because it's a misperception of a lot of people in the United States. And it's just not true. It's just not true. Florida is its own state. It has its own entity. It has its own way of doing things. And it is definitely not like the South. It is really not. It has, every place has its good and bad people. Every place has its issues with racism and other issues with misogyny and, women not being respected. That's everywhere. That's in every state. That's in Indiana. It's in Illinois. It's in Oklahoma. It's everywhere. So, Julie, you were nice enough to go to Boston to Uncle Joe's house and do a live for us. Maybe I need to go over to Tallahassee.
Oh my God. Yeah. See, it's, have you ever driven? Like, I know that you drive up and down all over Creation. Have you ever been to Tallahassee?
Yes,
aside from George Clinton, I don't know what good is like, no offense to anybody in Tallahassee. Like
I've been to Tallahassee,
Clinton, and that's about it.
I've been to Tallahassee. It's actually a very pretty city, and the college campus is beautiful, the Florida State campus. And it's I'm going to Tallahassee. That's it. It's been decided. I'm going over there. It's only about 2.5 hours away. All of you need to see that Tallahassee is a very pretty city. It's a college town. College towns have a really coolness about them. And Shauna, you can disagree with me all you want. And I appreciate you, my sweet. You can disagree with me. But Florida is not the South. I've never met a single Floridian that wants to be called that this is the South. I can call one right now and we can chat with him, but I think he's already in bed because he's going to a big race tomorrow. I will prove to you guys eventually. I'll bring some Floridians on this live stream to prove to you guys that this is not the South. There's no comparison to Florida compared to some of the issues that are going on still in our country in the South. Again, every state,
panhandle, okay.
Every state has something bad about it. And Tallahassee's barely in the panhandle. So look at the map. It's you can do it. You can say what you want, but college towns are their own entity. They have their own vibe. They have their own thing. So we can argue about this for all night long. And I think I might have to drive over there. It's only 2.5 hours. There you go. Where everybody's.
What about? Come on.
Everybody loves everybody.
Well, no, that's not why I do this. But yeah, everybody love everybody. Oh boy, oh my God, people, please. It's not like, okay, I understand. Like, okay, fine. Everybody like, yay, rah, rah. Everybody had a good time in Dedham, supporting a cause and doing whatever. This is not that.
If we're going to get controversial a little bit here tonight, the Bible Belt's everywhere, you guys. I'm telling you, there's obviously an area of the Bible Belt that's known as the Bible Belt, but the Bible Belt's everywhere nowadays. There's religious extreme situations going on everywhere in our country. You've still in the Mormon land in Utah, you've got, you still can't drink in certain places. You've still got people that have multiple wives. I mean, there's all kinds of shit going on in this country. It's everywhere. It's not just in the South or in certain states. There is issues going on with racism, everywhere, all kinds of levels of different kinds of races, and whether it's the color of your skin or the way who you love or what religion you are or what color hair you have. I mean, there are people that will come up with ways to hate on you no matter what you say or what you do. So that unfortunately is everywhere. And all the rest of us can do is just preach kindness and love and just keep talking about acceptance. Everybody has a right to be accepted and to be loved for who they are. And that's that. And none of us have the right to judge anybody. Only we get to judge ourselves. We're hardest on ourselves most of the time in this world. So
tell that to a sundown town that don't exist anymore. Wink.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the problem though, is that I don't know how some people can even live in certain places because some places are just so egregiously backward still for the year of 2025. I mean, but you've got places in every single state in this country and everywhere in the world. There's places where there's, extreme hate towards others, which is just mind-boggling to me. I have never understood it. I'll never understand it, how anybody can treat someone else differently or lesser than. Bullying is so unacceptable, and not being kind to someone because they look different than you. It's never made any sense to me, and it never will. So again, we can't force someone else to think the way we do. We can't force someone else to be accepting and kind. All we can do is be that way ourselves. We can live by example, lead by example. And that's all we've really got, is to continue to be good humans and lead by example. We're never going to change people. They're going to be, stuck in this historical place where they either learned it from their parents, who learned it from their parents, who learned it from their parents, and they grow up in these areas and they don't move out and they don't move on, they don't grow or expand, and it's tough. It's really, really, really tough. So, well, thanks everyone. That was a great discussion tonight. We had lots of topics. We had an amazing guest with Ed Byers, and I'll look forward to having him back. Thank you, Julie, for bringing the content that you bring to us on Friday nights, the topics that matter most to you. And I appreciate all of you so much. And next week, so MCAT, thanks for putting that up. I really appreciate that. So I can't believe it. Next weekend is Labor Day weekend already? I thought Labor Day was the next weekend.
Is it?
What day is Labor Day? I could have sworn.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is next weekend.
Is it really? Holy cow, I've lost track of time. I thought so I always think Labor Day is like the 4th or the 5th, but it's because of how it falls this year. So yes, Thank you, MCAT. Labor Day is Monday, September 1st. So, okay, that's interesting. So maybe what we should do next week is, because our anniversary of live streaming 1 year is next week, and Thursday night, the Badgers play, so I will not live stream that night. They have a night game. Maybe we should go on Wednesday next week, Julie, so that that way if people have plans for the Labor Day weekend, we'll just take a break from our normal Friday. Maybe we should go Wednesday next week and we can just have one big show. We can celebrate our 1 year anniversary of being advocates and have our Friday night content, whatever we've got between now and Wednesday, and then whatever happens Wednesday to the following Friday, we'll just, we'll have a bigger, we always have a long show, but how does that sound, everybody?
That's right before Row Day, though.
What day is Row Day?
Thursday.
So Row Day is not till Thursday. Well, you guys let me all know. I don't care. I'm happy to live stream next Friday night. I don't have any plans for Labor Day weekends other than to watch football on Saturday and college football all day Saturday, and whatever football game might be on Friday night, I'll try to catch a little bit of it. But are you guys up for live streaming next Friday? All of you that are with us all the time in the live stream in our friend zone, because I'm fine with it. If you're fine with it, Julie.
Oh no, I'm good with it.
I'm not going out of town. So let's plan to do our anniversary show on Wednesday, and I'll come up with what different things we can talk about. We have plenty to talk about. We just doing some reminiscing of how far we've come and the different subjects we have talked about. So Wednesday will just be a special night for us, and I think my dispatcher is going to come on with us either Wednesday or Friday. I'm not sure what night he's available. He's going to come on and talk to us for about a half an hour about what it means to be a dispatcher and how important 911 calls are. And we're going to listen to some of the 911 calls of some of the victims that we've been advocating for. And Steve's going to help us break those down. So that'll be really interesting. He was a fantastic dispatcher. And I can't remember now if he was going to join us Wednesday or Friday, but we'll have plenty of content for Wednesday for our special kind of anniversary. And then we can go with Friday Night Lies next Friday. I'm not going out of town. So people that are busy, that are going camping or going out of town, they can catch us on the replay for sure. Let's see here. MCAT says Wednesday PM is fine. I'll be in court all week during the day. I may or may not be a little Friday night, but don't work around me. Okay, thanks, MCAT. Yeah, you can always catch us on the replay on Friday. So we'll plan for next week. We'll live stream Wednesday and Friday. How does that sound, Julie?
Sounds good to me.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. All of our wonderful friends who come with us every Friday night on our journey to call out the lies and corruption and deception and go over everything that's happening in Massachusetts and all the other states that we're covering content. And thank you for joining me on Wednesdays and or Thursdays when I bring to you and advocate for all the other victims of homicides that we're advocating and standing for. And I appreciate all of you so, so much. So have a wonderful weekend this weekend. And I'll look forward to seeing many or some of you next week. And thank you, Julie. You are amazing. Boston Jewel, we love you. Thank you to everybody in our friend zone. I love you all. And thank you to everyone on the replay. We truly appreciate you. Thank you.
Night, everybody. Please don't go to Tallahassee.
I may go to Tallahassee. Good night, everybody. My life mattered. See you next week.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The hidden wounds, undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall. For justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My